Audio check, 1, 2, 3.
Could the translators do a quick test on English, then on French when you have a chance? Thank you.
This is the interpreter on the English channel. Testing, testing. Can you hear? Let me know if you want me to go to the French.
Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Could the translators do a quick 10 count on English and then on French, please? Thank you.
Testing, testing. This is the English channel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let me know if you want me to go to the French.
Yes, please. That's great. Thank you.
Check, check, check 1, 2. Good morning, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. We're going to start in 1 minute. We'll start in 1 minute. Thank you. Merci. Bonjour tout le monde. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to call the meeting to order now, and I just wanted to mention off the top a couple of things. First of all, my best wishes to all of those who are celebrating the Lunar New Year, and also many of us, as you know, are wearing the Green Square as part of the Green Square campaign on the National Day of Remembrance of the Quebec City mosque attack and action against Islamophobia. For those who are able, please rise for a moment of personal reflection. Thank you, merci. Please remain standing, and I'm going to ask Councillor Dudas to pinch it for Councillor Luloff, who is delayed because of the weather. And Councillor Dudas, on behalf of Councillor Luloff, will introduce the performer of our national anthem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yes, it is my honor to stand in for Councillor Matthew Luloff because ironically, I do know Gabriella quite well, and it is a huge privilege for me to be able to introduce her. Before I get started, though, just a matter of housekeeping. I have been told by our amazing audio-visual folks that mic will be hot long after Gabriella is done. So to my incredible colleagues, just be careful what you say until the mic is removed. Just a heads up. Now, to the O Canada introduction. Gabriella Nezrela is an Orleans resident. She actually lives in Bradley Estates, so Councillor Kitt's resident herself, her and her family. She attends the University of Ottawa, and she is hoping to go to Teachers College and become a teacher. And for anybody who knows her, that should not be a surprise because she has spent many, many years teaching children in the East End how to sing and perform at the School of Rock Orleans, including my own daughter, Cassandra. So she's been such an inspiration for so many young people that for her to continue that commitment to giving back to the community through our next generation should come as absolutely no surprise. She's also been playing music since she was 12 years old. And anybody who's had the opportunity to hear her play or see her sing, you'll just be blown out of the water and you'll remember it forever. She has an incredible set of pipes on her and she's so talented. So this is such an honor to have her here today. She also is a member of the band Bytown Lights. And I asked her if they had anything coming out in the near future and she said not yet. So stay tuned. I'm sure that there'll be either something coming out from that amazing band or from Gabriella herself. So I will turn it over to our very talented singer today. And thank you very much, Gabriella, for being here to sing O Canada.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriots love in all of us command. Car ton bras sait porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you, Gabriella. As we begin our meeting today, on behalf of Ottawa City Council, I wish to acknowledge that Ottawa is built on unceded Anishinaabe Algonquin territory. The peoples of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation have lived on this territory for millennia. Their culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. The City of Ottawa honors the peoples and land of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation and honors all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples and their valuable past and present contributions to this land. I'll now ask the council coordinator to do the roll call, please.
Councillor Luloff. Councillor Dudas.
Ici.
Councillor Hill.
Present.
Councillor Curry.
Here.
Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Councillor Gower.
EC.
Councillor Kavanagh.
Present.
Councillor Johnson.
EC.
Councillor Devine.
Here.
Councillor Bradley.
Here.
Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Councillor Plant.
EC.
Councillor King.
Here.
Councillor Troster.
Here.
Councillor Leeper.
Here.
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Menard.
Here.
Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor Kitts.
Here.
Councillor Giroux.
Here.
Councillor Brown.
Here.
Councillor Durush.
Here.
Councillor Hubley. Councillor Lowe.
Here.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Here.
You have a quorum, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'll note Councillor Luloff is walking in the door as we speak, so you can. Councillor Luloff, would you say here, please?
Present.
Thank you. Confirmation of minutes from the council meeting of the 22nd of January. Are those confirmed? Declarations of interest. Councillor Desroches.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Steve DeRush declare potential deemed indirect pecuniary interests on the following matters. Agenda item 11.2 of the nominating committee report 2 entitled appointments or boards to boards, external agencies, municipal organizations, council liaisons, and or selection panels, recommendation 3 specifically, and the in-camera item 14.1 entitled wastewater energy transfer pilot project 665 Albert Street on the agenda for meeting number 50 of the Ottawa City Council meeting on Wednesday, January 29, 2025, as these items relate to or may relate to Hydro Ottawa, and my spouse is an employee with Hydro Ottawa. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Desroches. Are there any other declarations of interest? Okay, no regrets were filed. Motion to introduce reports. Councillor Curry.
That the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee Report 20 and the reports from the City Clerk entitled 2022 to 2026 Midterm Governance Review and Summary of Oral and Written Public Submissions for items subject to the Planning Act explanation requirements at the City Council meeting of January 22nd, 2025 be received and considered, and that the rules of procedure be suspended to receive and consider the Nominating Committee Report 2 due to the time sensitivity of the items contained in the report.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Is that carried? Okay, we're going to skip over the first few items and jump to item 12.2 on the agenda, which is a zoning bylaw amendment for 6980 Mansfield Road. Is that carried? Item 12.3 is Always Stop Control Parkway and Sale Barn. Is that carried?
Hold, please.
Hold? Okay. The bulk consent agenda, is that carried? And then we do have item 14.1, the wastewater energy transfer pilot project for 665 Albert Street. I understand that councillors are comfortable with just carrying that on consent. Is that carried? Okay. Let's go back to item 10, which is the 2022-2026 midterm governance review. I'm going to suggest that we do this section by section. There's 5 sections, so we'll go through it section by section. For section 1, council standing committees and related matters. There are a few motions, so I'll ask the members to introduce their motions, and then we can open up discussion on all those items and the section itself. Councillor Tierney, you have your motion regarding the renaming of your committee.
Yeah, I thought I was on get a copy. If we could just put it on the screen.
Mr. Mayor, so my apologies for interrupting. If it's the will of council and with your concurrence, we'd like to put on the screen the motion related to the item that was just passed with respect to the energy transfer, just so for the record, that motion is on the screen.
Okay, sure. So just hold off for 1 second. So we're putting this on the screen just as for clarity and.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, just to confirm that this is the motion that was carried by council with respect to that item.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. All right, let's proceed then with the motions related to part 1 of the governance report. Councillor Tierney.
Great, I'm prepared now. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Whereas the Transportation Committee is responsible for overseeing all issues related to city transportation planning infrastructure in accordance with the Transportation Master Plan, including the pedestrian and cycling networks, long-term planning of rapid transit network, parking operations, road construction, and maintenance, traffic operations, mitigation methods, fleet management, operations, designated truck routes, street lights, sidewalks, street signage, and furniture and snow removal, whereas Transportation Committee's current name has caused misperception of committee oversees matters related to the operations of transit services under the mandate of Transit Commission, whereas the 2022-2026 midterm governance review report recommends the renaming of the Transit Commission to Transit Committee and the opportunity to rename Transportation Committee to better reflect the committee's mandate and improve the understanding and oversight of the role. Therefore, be it resolved that Transportation Committee be renamed to Public Works and Infrastructure Committee, PWIC. Everybody, that would be PWIC. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Tierney. So if everybody's okay, I'm gonna introduce all the motions related to this section and then go to people for comments on all of them, if everyone's comfortable with that. Yes, yeah. And in fact, Councillor Devine, you are next. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas Part 1, Recommendation 1B of the 2022-2026 Midterm Governance Review Report revises the meeting frequency for standing committees, which is reflected in Document 2. And whereas it may be necessary for the committee chair to call additional regular meetings as required each year, in addition to the frequency set out in Document 2, in order to achieve a committee's mandate and legislative workload, therefore be it resolved that Document 2 be amended to add an additional note confirming that all committee chairs have the ability to call up to 2 additional regular meetings, and be it further resolved that the revised procedure bylaw attached as Document 17 be amended in subsection 81(1), meetings of committees, to add the following. 81(1)(I). Despite subsections 1A and D, the chair can call up to 2 additional regular meetings annually if required, subject to applicable notice provisions.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Devine. Councillor Leeper? Your motion on, yeah.
Amazing.
And just to be clear, I know there's going to be multiple motions here, especially in this section. We'll give people time to talk about each of them if they need to, and, you know, so there'll be lots of time for everybody to consider all of this. We won't be limited in that respect. Go ahead, Jeff.
Thanks. So whereas Part 1, Recommendation 2A of the 2022-26 Midterm Governance Review recommends that Finance and Corporate Services Committee has the responsibility to review and make recommendations to Council on all matters and reports associated with all current and future long-range financial plans. And whereas the mighty Planning and Housing Committee has overall responsibility for approving annual capital spending plans for the construction of housing by city partners, and whereas the members of Planning and Housing Committee maintain a rigorous schedule of meetings, during the course of which they develop a deep understanding of the structural and other issues in housing through the receipt of regular reports and delegations, and whereas the development of the long-range financial plan would benefit from the voting participation of members of Planning and Housing Committee, therefore be it resolved that Recommend 2A be amended to add, and that the Housing LRFP be considered jointly with the Planning and Housing Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Plante, vous avez 2 motions, je pense.
Oui, merci. Je voulais juste faire sûr que c'est les.
Yes, I just wanted to be sure that they were the most recent ones.
Therefore, be it resolved, if that's okay with everyone. Yeah. All right. Therefore, be it resolved that document 3, subsection 454 be amended to read as follows. Alternately, a majority of the members who are present may agree or continue with the agenda informally, and the committee coordinator will report to the next meeting for decision on any proposals made at informal gatherings, including submissions from the public. And the second one, it says, therefore be it resolved that the clerk will be directed to review the policies wording with respect to department-led working groups to clarify that minutes, meeting notes must be created, preserved, and made available to the public upon request through routine disclosure or proactively on ottawa.ca. Merci.
Did you do both of yours?
We don't seem to have copies of the other 2, but I can just read them on the screen.
Well, so which one was that? Was that the, I have one that says minor
working
advisory.
Groups, and then the
there's one on departmental working groups?
Correct, and there's one on the advisory committees.
Okay. Did you do both of those just now?
I just read them, yes.
Yeah, okay,
Yep,
sorry,
yep.
I wasn't sure if you'd done one or both.
Yep.
Councillor Johnson?
Thank you. Whereas document 5 of the midterm governance report is an inventory of department-led working groups, which are typically of members of the public and staff and may include members of council in an ex officio council liaison capacity. And whereas the inventory inadvertently included some internal working groups composed entirely of city staff, and whereas some previous department-led working groups have recently completed their work and or have been replaced with new ones. Example, the new Equity, Diversity, Inclusion and Belonging EDIB Community Advisory Group. Therefore, be it resolved that City Council receive the attached revised document 5, which removes internal staff working groups and captures recent changes to the inventory.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Desroches, I understand you have a direction.
I do, Mr. Mayor, thank you. That staff be directed to continue the practice of holding technical briefings where appropriate for major updates regarding light rail transit matters in consultation with the Transit Committee Chair, given that such briefings provide transparency and timely information with an opportunity for all members of council and their offices to attend and ask questions, and a question and answer session for media. Thank you.
Okay, and staff are okay with that direction? Yes?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and I understand transit staff are as well.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other motions related to this part of the governance report? Okay, so let's start then with the Tierney motion. Anybody who wants to speak to that? Councillor Menard?
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to see clarity here on the motion itself. I understand this won't change the terms of reference of any committees. So there's a lot of public works that goes to EPPS, for example, goes to Environment Committee, you know, wastewater, water, sewer infrastructure. That will still go to its current committees as it's currently contemplated, or is any of that changing as a result of what I think is a simple name change, but I just want to clarify.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. There are no changes to committee mandates, just to the name.
Perfect. And then just on one piece for the public, I get what the councilor is trying to do because transit sometimes gets confused with transportation. That happens, and people write us, and they're not so certain of it. So I understand that. The only issue is that it for the public, they don't always know what public works are either. It's a bit confusing, right? Public works, what is that? And so when you're the public, when you're thinking about like roads, sidewalks, cycle tracks, that's one thing I don't want to lose in this. And public works isn't always as intuitive. So I do wonder if you could call it public works. What do you have as the name now? If we could add transportation at the end as a comma, because right now it's still a bit confusing.
So Councillor, we've actually gone back and forth and compared many examples. We weren't doing it out of the ether. Toronto actually refers to this as infrastructure, and that's why we concatenated infrastructure with public works. I think a majority of people know what public works are. So we did go back and forth and look at best practices, and that's why we came up with that. If we add that on, unfortunately, I think the name PWIC won't work too well. It's going to become very long, but I can assure you the mandate does remain the same. Nothing does change, and I think people will be better educated knowing that we are not transit, even though I'm on that committee for 15 years and I'll remain there. Many of our other committee members that are there are getting quite confused. So hopefully that's satisfactory. I'm not looking to change the name because we went through 10 iterations of it so far and referred to Toronto City Council's Infrastructure Committee as the example.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, I appreciate that explanation. I would be partial to PWICT, but that's fine. I appreciate the clarification from staff. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else on that? Is that carried? On Councillor Devine's motion then. Sure, if you'd like to speak to it. If you feel it's not. Yeah.
Hello, colleagues. Yeah, I just want to speak. I just want to give you the context for why I brought the motion about additional meeting frequency. So I understand that generally and broadly, a lot of the committees have been seeing their meeting frequency drop. Generally and broadly, I'm not necessarily eager to diminish the number of meetings. The concern I have here is I did see that some committees, even though the number dropped, they granted the chair the ability to hold other meetings should the chair wish as required. And I just wanted to ensure that chairs of other standing committees have that discretionary power as well. So that a chair, in consultation with their vice chair and their members, should a chair want to have additional meetings, that they can. And I just want to add one other wrinkle to this. So currently in the calendar, so I'm on Environment Committee, currently in the calendar there are 8 meetings scheduled, and if this motion passes, there are 6 meetings scheduled. And I'm not even sure if the chairs were aware of that, so I just want to make sure that chairs have that discretionary power.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. Councillor Johnson?
Thank you. Yeah, so I am supportive of the motion, and I am also supportive that we're going down to 6 meetings a year. I think that there will still be plenty of opportunity for residents to delegate, but I was wanting to offer a comment just to request, that when we are considering the agendas as best we could, that we could imagine putting items that would see a lot of delegation as early as possible, just because residents will be waiting and we'll have to wait longer on the days of. So I didn't know where to put that comment, but I'll put it here that I think with this change, chairs may have an extra responsibility to consider public delegations and the efficiency, ease, and support for the public to come to these meetings in their agenda schedule as they are able. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Curry?
Mr. Mayor, I just want to ask a question of the clerk. The rules that we have right now governing when we have meetings, is there not the ability for this to take place if something is pressing or necessary, required, whatever the word is? Can't this already happen?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, there is an existing provision in the procedure bylaw that will allow a chair to call a special meeting of the committee to deal with a particular matter or matters. This motion would allow a specific provision to allow a chair to call an extra regular meeting, which would be treated procedurally as a regular meeting instead of as a special meeting.
Okay, well, as a person who would like to see all of our meeting schedules cut in half, I'm not supporting this. I don't think this is necessary. And I also think that having the chair having the ability to call a meeting whenever they feel like it and put stuff on the agenda that may not be fully vetted, I just think this is heading us in the wrong direction. But if I'm in the minority, that's fair, but I do not see the need for the chair to have the ability to call meetings when the chair wants.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Lowe?
Thanks, thanks very much. That was the majority of my question. I think the second part of it is I guess for the clerk, what would be the difference between a special meeting with multiple items versus a regular meeting?
Mr. Mayor, there are two main distinctions. One is that a regular meeting has a requirement for notice and an agenda to be published 7 business days in advance of the meeting, recognizing that generally speaking, when a special meeting is held for something that is a foreseen rather than emergency event, that 7 business days is generally respected. The second distinction is an item can only be added to a special meeting with the unanimous consent of the committee.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thanks, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Luloff.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. To the mover, I'm just wondering what problem we're trying to solve here. If we can call an emergent meeting, if we can call a special meeting to handle something that's come up, that's very important, that we need to deal with, you don't require the 7-day notice. You can call the special meeting. We can handle the item if it's emergent. I think that provides the chair and our staff the flexibility to be able to deal with these things as they come up. Of course, things like back in 2020, the pandemic and other emergent things that required the calling of special meetings to handle things that have come up. I'm sure that if there's, issues between us and other levels of government, that may need to be called. I'm just wondering what's the problem that we're trying to solve here?
Thank you for that. So already we all understand that there are distinctions between special meetings and regular meetings. And to a degree, if the chairs themselves see no value in this, I myself, not being a chair, would not be pushing for this. But I just wanted to make sure that chairs have that discretionary power. I know that I have heard from residents that there's not necessarily a satisfaction with having meetings diminished. And so if chairs felt that there was an agenda that was too tight and they could not accelerate business quickly enough, that they should have the privilege to call another regular meeting, which could have regular notice, where they don't require unanimous consent or whatever that consent level was, to have the meeting on the option. Quite literally, I just want to make sure that chairs have that option in their toolkit.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Menard?
Thank you very much, Mayor. Yeah, just the one piece about this, because I support generally the recommendation that's came from staff and the governance review. The one piece about this is the 2025 year has been booked for most of our committees. Most of our committees have 8 meetings scheduled. When I look at the calendar, it makes sense. Usually we have about 7, for example, on Environment Committee. We usually there's usually one that might be canceled or merged. And so I think in this year, probably that will be the same. It's a heavy agenda, a lot of solid waste coming forward. So probably we'll need 7, not the 6. So in this case, the flexibility to say, look, we have 8 on the agenda. Which one can we take off? Let's keep these 7 with the months that make sense. To me would be helpful. And I think it may be the same for some other committees, depending. I know Planning Committee meets twice as much as any other committee, if not more. So it's a bit different context there. So I support the general recommendations, but on the motion that, those particular intricacies, it makes sense to have that discussion up front with the clerk's office when they're booking those for the year and they come up and say, okay, here's the 8 we've scheduled, or here's the 6 we've scheduled. You may want an extra one, the 7. This gives us the ability to say, actually, let's put that 7th one in. And then we get that done at the very beginning of the year. So to me, this makes a good sense for flexibility in that way. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Menard. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. I will just briefly add that I believe the mover's heart is in the right place. However, as a committee chair, I believe I have the tools necessary at the moment to facilitate the business of the committee in a timely manner. It's very rare that there would be multiple items that would come up that would require an additional meeting. We have seen on the rare occasion when special meetings are called, it's usually to address one item. not multiple items. So given that, I believe, from my perspective, I already have the tools necessary to facilitate my standing committee. I will not be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I do have the motion on the table to require that the consideration of the housing LRFP be joint between the FinCo committee and the planning committee. I cannot. This discussion that we're having about meeting schedules of 8 meetings a year, 6 meetings a year, is an interesting one for me as the chair of the planning committee, which of course meets bi-weekly. And we put a lot of work into housing issues. Week after week, we listen to delegations who are speaking to the structural issues in housing, the best ways to move forward on affordable housing. And every member of the committee is putting in the work to try to advance the issue of building more affordable housing in this city. I believe that there needs to be some recognition of the expertise that they develop and the work that they put in when it comes time to vote on the long-range financial plan. It's going to be a poor process to have a committee vote on it in which many of the members have not had that experience of listening to the delegations, of reading the reports, and that work with staff to familiarize themselves with the issue. It will be a better process.
Sorry, we're still on Councillor Devine's motion, though.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a hot mic over there too if you need it.
If the media could.
So do you want to just hold off and
okay, so
save that?
Yeah, I'll leave it there.
Let's deal with Councillor Devine's motion first. Okay. Okay. Any other comments on Councillor Devine's motion? I've heard a couple of people saying they're going to oppose it, so if we could have a recorded vote on it, please.
Councillor Tierney.
No.
Councillor Brockington.
No.
Councillor Bradley.
Yes.
Councillor Hill.
No.
Councillor Kitts.
No.
Councillor Luloff.
No.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
No.
Councillor Johnson.
Yes.
Councillor Kelly.
No.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor Dudas.
No.
Councillor Devine.
Yes.
Councillor Giroux.
No.
Councillor Menard.
Yes.
Councillor Brown.
No.
Councillor Carr.
No.
Councillor Plant.
No.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Lowe.
No.
Councillor DeRush.
No.
Councillor Curry.
No.
Councillor Hubley.
No.
Councillor Troster.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
No.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
No.
18 nays, 7 yeas.
Okay, thank you. Let's move now to Councillor Leeper's motion that he already started speaking to.
So everything that I said, minus the profanity, and I actually don't think I need to say much more than that. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Troster.
Yeah, I just want to speak in support of Councillor Leeper's motion. I've learned so much as a member of Planning Committee. We meet every other week, and we don't just hear from homeowners, we hear from the development industry, we hear from nonprofit housing providers, and really have developed kind of an encyclopedic knowledge of housing policy. I think when we're talking about the nuts and bolts of how we're building housing, how we're scaling up housing, and how we're funding housing, I think it's really important for that to be a joint meeting between Planning and Housing Committee and the Finance Committee. So I would urge you to support Councillor Leeper's motion. I think it only makes sense.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Curry?
Yeah, so I disagree. I think that the reason why FinCor is set up the way it's set up is that you have the chairs, including the chair of Planning Committee, on that committee, so that the chair of the Planning Committee can talk at FinCor about long-range financial plans, having probably the most knowledge of planning and housing, having chaired that committee. So I don't see there's any need, because the financial what do we call it? Fedco, old Fedco, financial
FinCo.
corporate services, whatever it's
Finance
called
Corporate
now.
Services.
It's been so long. Is the committee where I think there is the expertise, knowledge, and understanding of other long-range financial plans as well that are all interconnected. So I just think the way we have it right now works, and there's no need for this. So I won't be supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Luloff.
I agree with Councillor Curry. Long-range financial plans are the purview of FinCorp. Holding a joint committee between planning and FinCorp would amount to almost a quorum of council. These long-range financial plans do come to full council afterwards. There's plenty of time at council to be able to speak to these items, to change them should you wish, to move motions here at council. I think that it makes far more sense to have FinCorp look at long-range financial plans and rise to council. I agree that there are actually many members on FinCorp that do also sit on planning. We have the chair, who's done a great job this term, as far as I'm concerned, and has had no trouble raising any concerns that he might have. So I don't see a need for this to hold a joint meeting at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Councillor Plante.
Yeah, so I apologize for the super simplistic question, but I'm not clear as to how this will accelerate housing being built. Can someone clarify?
I can take a stab at that. I'm not sure that the intent of who hears the long-range financial plan is necessarily related to getting housing built, other than somebody needs to approve the capital plan for the building of affordable housing. And we're putting what $178 million worth of housing accelerator fund money through, municipal money, some committee or other, and then ultimately council needs to approve the spending of that money. I believe that, well, I don't want to get into a debate and argument at this point, but I believe that the committee that is best placed to determine whether or not we are spending our federal and provincial partners' money as well as our own is, in fact, the Planning and Housing Committee that deals with this issue day in and day out.
Okay, thank you.
Merci. Councillor Gower.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't want to repeat what previous folks have said. Unfortunately, I have to disagree with the mover on this one. But I also think there may be other financial decisions that should be moved to finance in the future. I'm not ready to make that a motion today, but something like development charges for something could be something to consider in the next term that would be in the realm of finance because of the long-term financial implications. And I'll leave it there, but maybe something for governance review 2027. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Dudas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A lot of my colleagues have said what I was thinking. I unfortunately will not be supporting this motion. When I think about the LRFP, we could even mention the transit, right, that has the heftiest budget, could have a joint meeting with FinCorp instead. So, or even community social services, which I cover, has a number of housing matters that come to it. So there could be an argument for many different committees to have joint meetings with FinCorp. I think that having the chairs and members on the Finance and Economic Development Committee, as well as any member who wishes to attend to speak to it or move motions on their behalf, I think that it covers everybody who needs to be there and everybody who wishes to be part of the conversation. And of course, as Councillor Luloff said, it all rises to council. So I will not be supporting this. I do appreciate the intent, but I don't think it is necessary.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Councillor Kavanagh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be supporting this motion. As Chair of Ottawa Community Housing, this is an arm of the city. We're the only stakeholder for Ottawa Community Housing. I'm deeply involved in the construction and operation of affordable housing, including our social housing. And I am not a member of the Finance Committee, but it's important to have that voice. It's important to have the voice of dealing with this on a very regular basis. And so I thought this was a very positive step. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. I'll just quickly are there others who want to speak before Councillor Leeper wraps up? Okay, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'll be supporting this motion. I believe that the Planning and Housing Committee has demonstrated its commitment to getting housing built. I think that we actually need to do a better job of building additional relationships with the development community so that we can understand the mechanisms whereby housing is not getting built or what is impeding their progress within the city of Ottawa. And I think more members looking at that on an ongoing basis is better than fewer. And I appreciate that there is an opportunity to put your interest on the table by joining the FinCorp, but I do believe, you know, the relationships that we've built up until this point as well count for something. I certainly have done the work to deepen my relationships with both for-profit and nonprofit developers over the course of the last 2 years. At this point, this is a request from the chair of the Planning and Housing Committee, and we can revisit it again for next term, but I think it's worth understanding that there is an interest from members of the Planning and Housing Committee to sit on this opportunity if it comes up for the rest of the term. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Carr?
Thanks very much. I just have a couple of questions. I'm just trying to refresh my memory on the long-range financial plans that we have. So we have transit, solid waste, rate supported, tax supported, and the one that we're discussing now, correct?
Sorry, we're discussing the one motion right now.
Mr. Mayor, yes, that's correct. The question is correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but this motion is just for, so
yes.
So what I understood in reading the governance review is that the long-range financial plans would all go to FinCorp going forward, but this motion is to have a joint meeting just for the one
Just for the
between
one.
two committees.
Sorry, yeah.
It's not consistent for all committees that the LRFPs would go down to. Okay.
That's what this motion indicates.
Okay,
yes.
I just wanted to understand confirm my understanding that this motion is just to create a separate process for the one LRFP and not for 5, which I understand now. That's it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tierney?
Yeah, as much as I would love to support this, I'm noticing a trend this term of a lot of joint committees for pretty much everything. And as chairs of committees, we take the extra step, and that's why we do actually have an FTE or half to FTE to really dive into it. Our committee members do the extra work and the extra reading, very critical to the performance of that committee. Not to say that the rest of council doesn't share that same opinion. They're just not as invested because it's hours and hours of reading. I've never seen so many joint committees till this term. I'm afraid it is bordering on a majority of council. And a prime example would be transportation with 12 members. Every time we do a joint committee, suddenly we have over half the cats around this table. If we're just going to do everything at committee of a whole, we do everything at committee of a whole. There's a reason why there is a structure the way it is, not just here. This isn't exclusive to Ottawa. This is across the province of Ontario and primarily across Canada, where special joint meetings are for special situations. I think FEDCO is well empowered. People are able to participate. And again, if something does happen at FEDCO related to this specific item, I feel strongly that we always have the opportunity to push it to council, which we've done several times. That's a tool in our toolbox. So as much as I'd love to support a fellow chair on this, I will not be supporting this today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As a member council that's not a chair on any of our committees right now, I just wanted to highlight my personal reflection over the last 2 years and my ability to join and influence and have my voice heard at many committees and boards across the city. In no way have I felt that I haven't been able to do that. I know Councillor Kavanagh mentioned, in her comments about the importance of being at committee and having your voice heard. And I feel that even if you're not on that committee, you can still do that. I've done that many times, and I've passed motions through councillor colleagues who are on those committees. So I feel that that this motion is not required at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Just before we go back to Councillor Leeper to wrap up, I'll just say I unfortunately will not be supporting the motion for many of the reasons that were articulated, including the fact that any and all members of council, including members of Planning and Housing Committee who are not on FinCo, can come to the FinCo meeting where the LRFP for housing is being considered. Councillor Leeper?
Thank you. As briefly as I can, one of the joys for me of chairing the Planning and Housing Committee is we do have those hours-long meetings with so many delegations who are presenting to us on housing issues. The stakeholders in this sector are extremely engaged, and they come out to talk to us about the sustainability, particularly of the affordability of the affordable housing sector. That is not insight that most members who do not sit on Planning and Housing Committee are necessarily going to have. It would be a giant commitment for a member who is not on Planning and Housing Committee to take in all of those Planning and Housing Committee meetings with the hours of delegations often get made on housing issues. For that reason, I agree with Councillor Curry. I like the way things are working now, which is that the LRFP comes to the Planning and Housing Committee. This represents a change from the status quo. I am comfortable enough with the change in the status quo as long as the Planning and Housing Committee can still be involved in a voting capacity as a joint committee. So I do hope members will demonstrate their respect for the work that members of Planning and Housing Committee put in, the hours, the meetings every other week, and give that experience and work some points with respect to supporting this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. If we could have a recorded vote on this, please. Thank you.
Councillor Tierney.
No.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Bradley.
No.
Councillor Hill.
No.
Councillor Kitts.
No.
Councillor Luloff.
No.
Councillor Kavanagh.
Yes.
Councillor Johnson.
Yes.
Councillor Kelly.
No.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor Dudas.
No.
Councillor Devine.
Yes.
Councillor Giroux.
No.
Councillor Menard.
Yes.
Councillor Brown.
No.
Councillor Carr.
No.
Councillor Plant.
No.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Lowe.
No.
Councillor Durush.
No.
Councillor Curry.
No.
Councillor Hubley.
No.
Councillor Troster.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
No.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
No.
8 yeas, 17 nays.
Okay, thank you. Moving to the motion from Councillor Plante on the Minor Advisory Committee procedural change. Anybody want to speak to that? That carried? Do you want to see it on the screen again? Sorry, this is the motion on the minor procedural change. Which one is it? The minutes, yeah, the minutes for advisory committees. Is that right? Yep. Okay. No. It's on the screen now. Okay, Councillor Curry.
Mr. Mayor, so as I understand this, maybe this question for the clerk, if there's not quorum, then no binding votes. There's no binding votes. So this motion asks that a majority of members agree to go on with the meeting or something to that effect, right? But how can that be a thing when there's already not quorum?
Mr. Mayor, there's been a long-standing practice for our advisory committees, which include volunteer members, and do occasionally experience challenges with achieving quorum. That in the event quorum is not achieved, the remaining members may proceed to receive, for example, the information from staff and the staff presentation, but any decisions would happen at a subsequent meeting. This motion would propose essentially clarifying that a majority of the remaining members would need to agree to that approach before they continued.
Right, but they would have to agree to that with a vote, whereas no binding votes are possible when there's no quorum.
So, Mr. Mayor, yes, this would allow for the ability for a procedural vote or concurrence from the majority of members to proceed informally.
Does this set a precedent for anything else where we then say it's okay to be voting when there's no quorum?
This This change, which again needs to then be adopted individually by the advisory committees as local boards, would only apply to advisory committees and would not extend to standing committees or council.
Okay, I don't think I like it. Regardless, I won't be voting for it.
Councillor Carr?
Thank you. So I actually am the council liaison to the Accessibility Advisory Committee, where we have had some challenges this year with meeting quorum and have had to move the items to the next meeting. So am I to understand that in the case that arose this year at the Accessibility Advisory Committee, where we only had 3 out of 10 members show up, and there were outside presenters that had come in to present, that the 3 people that did come could vote to have those presenters present that item just to the 3 of them, as opposed to the 10 members?
Yes, I believe that would rarely occur. Yes, so in that those 2 members could agree to continue with those, receive those informal updates. Where in past experience this has occurred has been where, for example, the presenter would not be available at the next meeting. So the members would receive the presentation, the committee coordinator would share that with the members who are not there, and the committee would revisit that item at their formal meeting, their next formal meeting.
I'm not certain that I fully understand the rationale, but I would say if we're having repeated challenges with meeting quorum on advisory committees, that's a whole separate problem that we have to solve. And I've seen it firsthand. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Luloff.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I had the same position on the last term of council, and I do agree that it is very difficult to achieve quorum. However, the reason why we have these advisory committees is so that council and staff can receive advice from these subject matter experts that come in. If only 1 or 2 of them are being presented information, and then they are allowed to vote on that to provide advice to us at the next meeting where quorum has been achieved, we are not getting the right amount of eyes on these presentations, on these recommendations. I think that it's important, in order to be able to get a very good recommendation from the community in the form of a recommendation coming out of one of these advisory committees, that we need to ensure that quorum is there to be able to provide that advice. Giving me and only me a presentation and then coming to council as the only person that's informed on something and then asking you all to vote on that is just very bad governance and a very bad practice. I think that it's what we should be doing with the problem that we should be trying to solve is how to ensure that the members that we choose to sit on these advisory committees are engaged and interested. Many people, I don't want to cast aspersions here, but many people may decide that they want to sit on these and then realize that perhaps their schedules do not permit them to be able to participate fully. I would encourage members that are experiencing those issues to speak to their chairs and to speak to the clerk's office about being replaced. This isn't a resume building exercise. This is something that's important to us to be able to receive that advice from the community and subject matter experts, be it the Accessibility Advisory Committee, the Veterans Task Force, or others. If you're unable to provide that function, then let's find people that are able to provide that function and able to show up to these meetings. So I agree with Councillor Carr. This doesn't solve the issue. This actually makes it worse. So I cannot support this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with the comments I've just heard. I think that if you have a quorum problem, the problem is quorum. And that has to be established before the advisory committee meeting even is held. If there can be a poll of members to get them to commit to come, then have the meeting. And I can appreciate if you have a special guest who can't be booked at a later date or a future date, the priority to have them present. However, as a benchmark, the first thing that needs to happen when you call the meeting in order is you have quorum. And if we don't have quorum, then you don't have the meeting. So I too am concerned about the path this may lead us down for other potential opportunities. The problem is quorum and nothing else. Deal with the quorum matter, and so I'm not able to support the motion before us. Thank you.
Yep, Councillor Plante, did you want to speak to it and wrap up?
Yeah, so this was also something that came up in our French Language Services Committee. But in our situation, I don't know about everybody else's, everything is filmed and available on YouTube, which is why I wanted this to kind of go forward this way, because people can access the information after the fact at any point in time, and then they can vote on it on a later date. And that's all this was trying to clarify. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's vote on this, please.
Councillor Tierney.
No.
Councillor Brockington.
No.
Councillor Bradley.
No.
Councillor Hill.
No.
Councillor Kitts.
No.
Councillor Luloff.
No, merci.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
No.
Councillor Johnson.
No.
Councillor Kelly.
No.
Councillor Leeper.
No.
Councillor Dudas.
No.
Councillor Devine.
No.
Councillor Giroux.
No.
Councillor Menard.
No.
Councillor Brown.
No.
Councillor Carr.
No.
Councillor Plante.
Oui.
Councillor King.
No.
Councillor Lowe.
Yes.
Councillor Durush.
Yes.
Councillor Curry.
No.
Councillor Hubley.
No.
Councillor Troster.
No.
Councillor Gower.
No.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
No.
3 yeas, 22 nays.
Okay, thank you. On the second motion from Councillor Plante, which is the record-keeping requirements for department-led working groups. Did you want to say anything about that?
No, it was just we have in, especially in Ward 12, we have a lot of different working groups looking at different things regarding downtown revitalization. We cannot split, I can't split myself in 10 different ways, neither can my staff to attend them. And we also have a lot of working groups that are making decisions. And so we just wanted to make sure that that was clear, that everybody has access to the minutes and that they be available for everybody to read. And I did get a question this morning because there's some working groups that don't have minutes. This is obviously applies to the working groups that have minutes. Merci.
Merci, Councillor Dudas.
Yes, I need some clarification in regards to this. So when we're talking about departmental working groups, are we talking about all internal department working groups if this comes to pass?
No, Mr. Mayor. Within the report, there's included a list of current department-led working groups, and these are groups that are led by staff, are not formal advisory committees, but include public or stakeholder members. So this would not apply to staff internal working groups.
So when these meetings are taking place, is there an element of brainstorming, conversational? I'm just trying to understand what purpose this will serve. I understand that if a member isn't able to attend, it will help them kind of catch up on what was missed. But if there is conversation among individuals who are part of these groups, staff in particular, and they're testing out ideas, theories, having conversations, and then finalizing it before bringing it forward in a formal recommendation, does that mean that this will all be recorded?
No, Mr. Mayor. There is a variety of different groups and different departments, all with different mandates and memberships. This motion would not impose a specific type of minutes or requirement on staff. We would take this away and consult with staff and determine an approach to be considered in the policy that would fit the needs of those different groups, because they're not in my office. They are specific to the task at hand in each department.
Okay, I only ask that because, you know, having been a city staff member many years ago, you know, I remember sitting on some of these working groups, and there was a lot of opportunities to kind of bandy about ideas. And having that documented in minutes that are then publicly available through in FIPA, when it maybe that idea wasn't ready for prime time, but we were testing it out before bringing it to our management, to council. I don't know that I feel comfortable in having all of that conversation documented in minutes when it was, you know, conversational or brainstorming. So I want to hear other questions, and I'm going to ponder my decision on this.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Councillor Curry.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. The wording of this motion is what I find to be problematic. So therefore be it resolved that the clerk be directed to review the policy's wording. Okay, that would be fine. Sure, let's review. But then it says to clarify that the minutes, meeting notes must be created. So really, this motion is not saying, oh, review it and tell us what you think. It's saying review it, but as you review it, change it to make sure it says that they must be created, preserved, and made available. So this motion is a little bit like, you know, oh, it doesn't seem like that much, you're just reviewing, but in fact, you're not just reviewing, you're changing it. That's what the motion should say. That this policy actually be changed to say that they must be created, right? So first of all, I don't think that wording is appropriate for a motion because it's confusing. But second of all, what is the real impact if this policy is changed to say that they must be created, preserved, and made available to the public upon request? What is the real impact of that?
Mr. Mayor, at this time, we don't know what the impact would be. We would have to go back to staff that organize those working groups and identify what types of notes or minutes are currently kept versus what would be required to be kept moving forward. In addition, review with those departments based on the nature of the discussions, whether any of that information would already indeed be confidential under MFIPA and not able to be disclosed. So this would trigger a process to review that, but I can't speak to what the impact would be or the time that would be required to implement that.
Okay, that was my next question. Okay, so at this point, I'm not supporting this. If this wants to come back at some point with wording that's actually directive and that staff would have some time to figure out how much this would cost and what the real impact is, maybe we consider it another time, but I'm not voting for this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I think in part, the city clerk answered part of my question when you said you're not aware of the impact. My question is, if we were, do you have any idea of the number of current departmental level working groups that are in the list that you're speaking of that currently translate the minutes and put them in accessible format? And under this motion, would those two things be required of those minutes going forward?
Mr. Mayor, I do not at this time know what types of minutes or notes are kept at the various departmental working group meetings. What would be required in terms of an accessibility and or translation perspective would depend on the approach. So whether it is routine disclosure, disclosed upon request, or posted to ottawa.ca. So cannot quantify the effort or expense involved in that process based on this motion.
But there's a possibility that that could be a consideration. If they were to be posted publicly, that they would have to be translation requirements, accessible format, those sort of requirements.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Luloff.
Thank you very much. I'm just trying not to drown here while we swim in the minutia here, but let's boil this down a little bit. What are the purpose of these departmental-led working groups? The purpose, the core purpose. Is it simply consultation and brainstorming? What's the purpose?
My understanding is there are a variety of purposes. So some may be formed to provide, to be as a consultative group for a particular project or policy review. Others, for example, there are some on that list that are in long-term care, which include an ongoing venue for discussions with families of residents. Some of the city museums have ongoing consultation groups. So the mandates are diverse and broad and up to the individual department. It's the nature of them for the purposes of this review is the composition, and that it includes staff and external members of the public.
Yeah, I think that's entirely reasonable. Are binding decisions made at these meetings?
The authority for decisions rests with staff if that authority has been delegated by council, or with council through a report and recommendation to committee and council.
Okay. And we benefit greatly from these sort of open discussions and people being able to speak their mind at these meetings, obviously.
Mr. Mayor?
Well, at least that's the intent.
I would imagine that the format of the discussions would influence how participants were willing to speak.
I really do worry about self-censorship if meeting minutes are published when we're trying to ask people what they really think about something. People need to feel free to speak their mind if we're going to get the best advice from people who are not accountable, frankly, to the public, because they are members of the public providing free advice to the city. I really do worry about self-censorship if we start publishing minutes when you ask somebody how they really feel about something. I think that it would make it more difficult for members of the public to speak their mind if we were to do this. If a particular councillor or perhaps a member of the public is interested in meeting highlights or what sort of topics were discussed at these meetings, and you can't attend in person, make a friend on staff and send them an email and say, hey, listen, what was discussed at this meeting? Can you give me kind of the broad highlights of it? That allows you to stay up to date on what's being discussed without risking these generous members of the community having to either truncate their opinions or self-censor when we're asking them for their advice. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I appreciate very much the spirit of this motion. And as someone who sat on the council sponsor group for department-led working groups, it was something that we had discussed at the time, and certainly something that I got, that I explored in the briefing. So I do actually have a few questions about this. So there's the departmental-led working groups that are, designed as such. There's also a move happening in this governance report where we are changing or modifying the existing advisory committee governance standard to conform to department-led working groups because there were liabilities associated with the broader advisory committee mandate, which I support, but I do believe that there is there's still some questions about the implementation of these departmental working groups that are salient to the public, given that it may give the appearance that we're constraining public participation, when I think what we're trying to do is just try and govern it differently. So I guess for our understanding, what will be the implementation of these department-led working groups by the clerk's office? How are you going to be going and talking to different GMs about how they would be expected to govern within this new framework, including agendas, minutes, and the possible sharing of information if required?
I'll ask the Manager of Legislative Services to answer this question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the proposed policy would, it's presented in the context of the corporate administrative framework, which provides a standard approach understood by departments. And what's expected in terms of the rollout is the city clerk and her staff will be, in essence, doing a roadshow with departments. There's a number of communication tactics in terms of management bulletins in the loop to bring awareness to the expectations around agendas, what are the record-keeping requirements, the disclosure to the relevant standing committee. We're proposing a web page where this information would be made available to the public, so there's an awareness about these department-led working groups. And I think the benefit to taking this approach, the councillor mentioned the advisory committee model. In recent years, what we've proposed is just sticking with the statutory advisory committees because as a municipality, we're required to have them. But the benefit of the department-led working groups is that it does eliminate some of the risk that we've seen in other municipalities around things like closed meetings, breaches of codes of conduct. So much more flexibility, ability for staff to have more conversations with the public. And this policy would put some clarity around what the scope and expectation of the department-led working group is and what it's not. So standardization, transparency, and clarity in that regard.
So what will be the general expectations communicated to GMs about the record keeping that they are expected to do as part of these departmental-led working groups?
Mr. Mayor, as referenced in the proposed policy, staff are already governed by what's called the records management policy, which includes a positive requirement for staff to what's called the duty to document. So there should be records around these things, and they should be proportional, if you will, to the type of consultations that are taking place. So if it's a phone call, that might be simply logging the phone call. You spoke to this person. Other times, if it's a more formal gathering, the records might be more extensive. The records management policy requires the records be created. It requires that they be preserved in an appropriate record keeping system and then made available. In this case, they be made available through routine disclosure, so upon request, or a general manager might choose, if they want to proactively do that, they could publish it to ottawa.ca.
Okay, thank you. So certainly I was concerned that some of this wouldn't be standardized, but through our conversations, I did have those assurances. The remaining question that I have is, what if we have a GM who doesn't want to create departmental-led working groups? They just don't see the need, and council might disagree, or how do we make that visible to the public that we are creating these groups when appropriate?
Not to oversimplify matters, Mr. Mayor, but council would, generally speaking, have the authority to direct staff to create a particular group should council determine it was necessary.
Thank you very much. And how in the reporting mechanisms will we be able to see where the departmental-led working groups contributed to recommendations brought forward by staff?
Those would be brought forward and referenced in the staff report on that particular issue, generally under the consultation section of the staff report.
Okay, thank you. So I did have some discussion with City Clerk as to whether or not I wanted to see a specific implication section referencing department-led working groups, but through their walking through of the template to me, I do see other places where it could be possible, but I reserve the judgment to, after its implementation over the next couple of years, to see if we're actually going to see that transfer of knowledge come through those reports. And if not, I might push a little bit more, but I think there is a sentiment in the public, or at least when this was first talked about back in 2022, which feels like ages ago, but that we were moving away from advisory committees and that the City of Ottawa was actually closing its doors to consultation. I think that is actually being captured in what's being done by the department-led working groups, but we can't have those department-led working groups be buried in bureaucracy. There's still a need for the public to know where they're happening, how they can get involved if they choose to, how their councillors can still instigate that kind of consultation. So I am satisfied with the report. I won't be supporting the motion today, but I wanted to get those questions on the record. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else on that? All right, then a vote on that motion, please. Thank you.
Councillor Tierney.
No.
Councillor Brockington.
No.
Councillor Bradley.
No.
Councillor Hill.
No.
Councillor Kitts.
No.
Councillor Luloff.
No.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
No.
Councillor Johnson.
No.
Councillor Kelly.
No.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor Dudas.
No.
Councillor Devine,
No.
Councillor Giroux,
No.
Councillor Menard,
Yes.
Councillor Brown,
No.
Councillor Carr,
No.
Councillor Plante,
Oui.
Councillor King,
No.
Councillor Lowe,
Yes.
Councillor Durush,
No.
Councillor Curry,
No.
Councillor Hubley,
No.
Councillor Troster,
No.
Councillor Gower,
No.
Mayor Sutcliffe,
No.
4 yeas, 21 nays.
Okay, thank you. Moving to Councillor Johnson's motion. Councillor Johnson, did you want to say anything more about it? Councillor Desroches.
Sorry, Councillor Johnson's not speaking to it?
No.
Okay, all right. I could have asked this question last item, and I think we're still on the subject of document 5. And, you know, been here over a decade, and this is a job where you're, despite the time here, you're constantly learning about many things of this vast and very important organization. And I was surprised to see in the inventory how many internal working groups that we have. On the one hand, this is great, and I think we should be showing this to the public, because often we do get some criticism from some circles that we don't do enough engagement and consultation, and it's quite clear from this list that, you know, there is quite a bit of work being done at the staff level to work with stakeholders. And of course that makes sense, because the problems that we deal with on a day-to-day basis are complex and often involve other jurisdictions or involve other partners. So I think on the one hand, it's a long list, but on the other hand, I'm pleased to see that there is that kind of engagement. My one worry would be, and it's a question for the city manager, that in your opinion, these are all important. They're all value-added groups. I've had my own experience working in the federal government, where you go to a lot of meetings and sometimes not a lot gets done. It's a lot of talk, and we've got important work to do. We've got a very ambitious agenda as a city in terms of our priorities. We are an operational organization, and I think we all want our staff drilled in and delivering services and responding to the concerns of residents and to city council. So can you confirm, city manager, that you're satisfied with the list that we have here, that they're all value added, that they're important, and that the focus is on results?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think, it's important to note that the list that we have fluctuates over time. I'll use the example in terms of a little bit of birth to death here. And the list that you see before you, some of them will fall off and not be active after that work is done. But to your point, consultation is extremely important to us, the organization, to council, to residents, and to our stakeholders. And we leverage these groups to be able to do that work in terms of delivering on our key strategic priorities for council.
Okay, that's good to hear. Thank you for the answer. My second question is, in many cases, we need a two-way street, right, with some of these stakeholders, whether it be levels of government or some of our partners, that it's not just about influencing the work that we're doing or helping steering us. It's about having partners that are in step with the work we're doing or we've identified as a priority as a council. So it does need to be a two-way street, not just a one-way street, if you will. So I wonder if you can confirm kind of the approach, generally speaking, that it really is about kind of working together, and it involves multiple parties, not just influencing one.
I think you're absolutely right there. Really important to us. As much as we do want to influence, I think we also want to engage them in terms of hearing what their feedback is, what their positions are on these matters. Depending on the issue that you have at the working group that's dealing with something, I think a lot of education and knowledge is really important, because to your point, we do need to draw others in, because sometimes the city cannot solve the problem on its own, and we need our partners to assist us.
Good, thank you. I appreciate those answers, and I'm glad this inventory service, like I said, I don't remember ever seeing it, and I think it helps achieve our priorities as a council. And I think it responds to sometimes the rhetoric that we don't consult or that we don't do enough engagement. I think when you've got 40 pages of working groups and what have you with a vast range of stakeholders, it shows that we're doing our best to engage with stakeholders on a long list of priorities for our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Desroches. Councillor Curry?
Yeah, just a quick question. Would you say in our policy there's anything that sort of asks that whenever a group or a new committee or something is formed, internal or otherwise, that there has to be a sunset clause?
Mr. Mayor, there is no specific provision for a sunset clause. As part of our, as my colleague described it, roadshow with departments, one of the best practices we're recommending is a routine review of existing departmental working groups to see if they are still required. There is also a regular review required for the corporate administrative policy, so we can see that at that time would be an appropriate time to check in with departments to confirm whether these are required.
Okay, fair enough. I just wanted to point that out because for sure, these groups have mandates, so they understand what their mandate is, but sometimes it's not perfectly clear when their mandate would end or what they're, after they've achieved all their goals, that the committee would then disband and potentially, change into something different that's now required, but not that same group. Anyway, as long as that is something you're looking at, but if you thought it might help to have sunset clauses, then I would strongly encourage you to. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson?
Yeah, thank you very much. So I guess similarly, being on the sponsor group for the working groups, my understanding was this was actually one of the frustrations that we were trying to move away from when we were bringing our advisory committees into this department-led working groups, that they would be tasked more around a specific policy question or curiosity within the bureaucracy and be focused on, that particular issue versus a committee that could be, on a broad subject like, older adults, or it could be pedestrian and cycling, or it could be, anything that could have any number of activities under it. Residents were feeling frustrated that they weren't able to contribute on those things that mattered to them. They weren't being asked the questions that they were interested in answering. By changing the definition of these working groups, we now are able to sort of perhaps not have a sunset clause, but to have a more focused scope in their mandate so that there is a clearer purpose and a more natural resolution to their activities. Is that not one of the solutions or one of the problems we're trying to solve here?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Johnson. Is the motion carried?
Carried.
Okay, thank you. So now on part one as amended. Any comments or?
Mayor, just have a direction to read in.
We're going to deal with that direction in part 4.
Okay, we said part 1 on mine, but that's fine.
Okay. So is part 1 carried? Okay, moving on to part 2, accountability and transparency. I believe there's a motion from Conseiller Plante on third-party complaints.
I'm going to wait for them to bring it up. Bring it up. Thank you. Whereas the Integrity Commissioner's report recommends amended formal complaints procedure, include the addition of section 4.3 establishing a specific intake process for harassment complaints filed by a third party, and whereas the recommendation process would permit the Integrity Commissioner to use her discretion to speak with the alleged victim of the harassment as part of the complaint intake process and before making a determination as to whether an investigation is warranted. Whereas it is important for the complaint protocol to be explicit that should the Integrity Commissioner wish to speak with the alleged victim, that individual's participation in investigation by the Integrity Commissioner is not mandatory. Therefore, be it resolved that the wording of proposed new section 4.3 of the formal complaint procedure be amended as indicated. If the complaint concerns alleged harassment and the individual who files the complaint is not the individual alleged to have experienced the harassment, the Integrity Commissioner may exercise their discretion to speak with the individual alleged to have experienced the harassment to inform them of their allegations and to verify the particulars. In such scenario, the individual alleged to have experienced the harassment is not required to participate in the Integrity Commissioner's investigation. This just allows victims to come forward when they feel they need to, when they have to, and doesn't, bind them into any certain time frame. Merci.
Merci. Councillor Curry.
Mr. Mayor, can we have a comment from the Integrity Commissioner on this, please?
Just turn your mic on, please. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I think the current wording in the ethical framework doesn't require the participation of the individual. That said, if it's the will of council, I have no problem with the current wording of the proposed amendment from the councillor.
Thank you. I'm just wondering in terms of who has vetted this, is there any understanding in terms of legal, like what the courts think about harassment and evidence that would be important to have if there's no requirement to speak to the person who potentially was actually harassed?
Oh, well, if I understand it correctly, Mr. Mayor, the question from the councillor is, or the proposed amendment is that I would have if I had used my discretion, sorry, to speak to the individual and they refuse to participate, that they don't have to. And I guess to answer Councillor Curry's question, I have sought legal counsel on this if the individual decided not to participate. Part of the intake analysis is that I have to have sufficient reason to go on, but if I had sufficient reason to continue with the investigation, I could.
Okay, I'm glad you sought legal counsel. I'm just thinking though, if you were to write a report as the Integrity Commissioner for the City of Ottawa saying that you believe there was harassment, but there was never an interview with the person who was actually harassed, then what the courts would think about that?
Mr. Mayor, I don't have a direct answer for that, but those would all be factors that I would have to take into account in determining whether I actually have sufficient information to get out of the intake analysis or what happens at the end.
Okay, is there any, are there any other city councils that have this in their rules?
Mr. Mayor, not that I'm aware of. The idea behind this amendment is that during the intake analysis stage is to determine whether I have sufficient information to proceed. This was a result of some of the concerns that I had heard that sometimes the individual may not feel comfortable coming forward. And this was to allow a third party to file a complaint, but third parties don't often have a lot of the details, which is why I was asking for the discretion to speak to them as part of the intake stage, because right now I can only do interviews once I've actually officially launched an investigation.
Okay, this all seems beyond me, maybe. I don't, honestly, I don't understand how this could be the case, but any other comments from Stuart Huxley, maybe?
Mr. Mayor, I have no further comments other than what the Integrity Commissioner has relayed. It's certainly within the will of council to review this motion and to impose that condition. The only impact from a legislative perspective would be it would be a change. Currently, the Integrity Commissioner's powers fall under the Municipal Act, and this motion would potentially limit the ability of the Integrity Commissioner, should they so choose to, for example, invoke the public inquiries legislation that's available to them. And that's the only caveat I would have.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I don't know. I think that this is, I don't think we have enough information on this. Limiting the powers of the Integrity Commissioner via a motion here that I don't know that we all fully understand, but I don't know. I'll put my hand down.
Do you consider it to be limiting the powers of the Integrity Commissioner?
What Stuart, I think that's what Stuart Huxley had said.
Mr. Mayor, the way I read the motion, it would be where an individual is alleged to have expressed harassment is not required to participate. Currently, the Integrity Commissioner does, if using the tools under the Public Inquiries Act, could potentially require that person to engage in an investigative process through the use of subpoenas, et cetera, which would ultimately be reviewed by a court of law if that were to be challenged. This would put some limitation on that, to my understanding.
Okay, I understand. Okay, well, let's continue to discuss. Councillor Luloff?
I'm not sure I feel comfortable with this council endorsing investigations predicated on hearsay. So I don't think I can support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hill?
My question is for the Integrity Commissioner. Do you require this in order to be able to do your job?
The reason for suggesting the motion of being able at the intake stage to talk to the individual is in the event that I got something in front of me from a third party. If the information wasn't sufficient, I might be dismissing it at that stage as opposed to confirming that I had something to continue further.
So from your perspective, is this a value add? Is this helping you? Or is this something that you already feel that you're able to work through?
In terms of the motion, I think it was, as I understood the motion, was that the individual didn't have to feel forced to see me at the intake stage. But it was more of, I was thinking of the JR that I can't sort of go and interview somebody at the intake stage, and I didn't want to be dismissing something prematurely. That was the reason I was suggesting the change.
When you say suggesting the change, so you've had the opportunity to discuss this with Councillor Plante, and you are comfortable with these changes and that this will overall give you a better output than what you currently have?
In terms of discussing Mr. Mayor, discussing the motion, I think that the change I had suggested in the ethical framework was the ability to use my discretion to speak to the alleged individual, which right now I don't have in terms of a third party. I would be looking at strictly what the third party submitted to me and publicly available information. I would not be able to, and then making a judgment call based on that as to whether I had sufficient information to proceed. So my coming to council with my proposed change as worded in the ethical framework was simply to allow me to go and speak to the individual, to just not to conduct the investigation, but to determine if there was an alleged breach that I should be looking at.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure that I fully understand the ramifications and the current powers and authorities that the Integrity Commissioner has and the value of this versus her current authority. I don't know that I'm going to move it, but I would suggest that there's an option perhaps to defer this to a subsequent council meeting so that we could have a little bit more time to understand this. But I'm not really sure that I understand fully that the changes that this will mean to council.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hill. At any time someone can move to defer it. Councillor Devine?
Thank you, Chair. And I really am just trying to follow up to an extent on the questions from my colleague, Councillor Hill, about how and whether this motion may serve a better process of investigation. And I am trying to wrap my head around this, but as I understand it, there are instances where someone, a third party, may make a complaint about an alleged harassment, which allegedly involves a victim. And I know that there are times that that alleged victim might not see themselves as a victim. And so if this gives you the power of discretion to have better investigations, I'm not trying to compel anyone to be investigated, but if this gives you the power and the scope to have more fulsome investigations, I would be willing to support this. However, I echo other concerns that I'm not altogether sure. It's hard to make a really good decision on this, but it seems to me like what you are saying, and as I understand it, that this does give you better powers to do a more thorough investigation. So I'm right now I'm inclined to support this, but I can understand there may be a desire to go elsewhere. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Leeper?
Thank you, Mayor. I think I'm on a similar page with my colleagues in terms of not fully understanding whether there are changes that are proposed and what this change would make to the change. So I would like to move to refer, I think, to the next meeting of the FinCo committee with the secondary of Councillor Tierney.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Tierney. Your You're okay with that? Is that carried?
I'd like to speak to referral quickly.
Pardon?
I'd like to speak to referral.
You'd like to speak to referral? Okay.
Yes, I just
All
would
right.
like,
Councillor Bradley?
I'd like to just seek some clarification because the Integrity Commissioner's recommendation to make the changes is embedded in the midterm governance report, and Councillor Plant is amending that recommendation. So are we just referring Councillor Plant's change, or are we referring the Integrity Commissioner's recommendation that's embedded in the report?
Mr. Mayor, the mover may clarify. My understanding was it was referring the amendment from Councillor Plant.
Correct.
Okay, so then we will still be voting today on the Integrity Commissioner's original. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay. So is the motion to refer then carried? Okay, thank you. Okay, there is another motion for this section on ethical framework for member staff. Councillor Lowe, I believe that's your motion.
I'm going to get that on the screen, please. Thank you. So whereas members of council are the elected officials of the city of Ottawa, and whereas the 2022-2026 midterm governance review report recommends an ethical framework for member staff, and whereas member staff are contract employees of the city of Ottawa appointed by the member and reporting to the member to support the member in their elected office, as political staff performing a variety of functions, such as constituency, administrative communications, project policy, and strategic and advisory work. Whereas the ethical framework for member staff will apply to full and part-time counselors, assistants, and contractors and students paid by invoice or honorarium. And whereas members of council are the managers of their staff, and whereas the proposed ethical framework designates the Integrity Commissioner as ethics executive for the staff of members of council, and whereas Section 5F of the ethical framework for member staff provides the following, quote, when the Integrity Commissioner's report has found the complaint sustained in whole or in part, the city clerk and the member shall determine the appropriate response / disciplinary action, which can include but not limited to training, monitoring, reprimand, or being subject to a transfer, suspension, or dismissal, unquote. And whereas it is important to distinguish the consultative relationship between the city clerk and the member, and that the office of the city clerk provides human resources support to members and their staff while reinforcing that the member has oversight of their employees. Therefore, be it resolved that Section 5F of the ethical framework for member staff be amended as follows, quote, when the Integrity Commissioner's report has found the complaint sustained in whole or in part, the member shall consult the city clerk to determine the appropriate response / disciplinary action, which can include, but not limited to, training, monitoring, a reprimand, or being subject to a transfer, suspension, or dismissal. Final determination shall be made by the member. This has been discussed with the clerk. It's mostly a clarification of language and a reflection of current practice.
Okay, and I just want to confirm that the clerk is okay with this new wording?
Yes, as is the Integrity Commissioner.
Okay.
It reflects the intent of what was provided in the ethical framework and current practice.
Okay. Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, sorry. So just to clarify, like, if the city clerk and the integrity, or if the member consults with the city clerk on the variety of reprimands that a member's staff can face due to their breach of the ethical framework, what I'm hearing is that even though in this report, the Integrity Commissioner is the ethics executive who would have a probably pretty good handle on this, that a member could say, oh, I think my staff needs training instead of being dismissed?
Mr. Mayor, yes, similar to when there is a independent workplace investigation towards city staff, it is ultimately the management that decides on the reprimand or penalty with respect to an employee.
So really? Okay, so it's just a recommendation based on the Integrity Commissioner's best, please go ahead, Karen, and comment. Absolutely.
Mr. Mayor, just to add to be clear, for when it comes to the investigative report from the Integrity Commissioner, the idea is it would just contain the facts and findings. There would be no recommendations on any potential penalty or sanction. That would be strictly up to the member with consultation with the city clerk.
Okay, thank you.
So just to clarify, the intent is that a member would consult with the city clerk's office, and there might be discussion and even a recommendation from the city clerk's office, but the member would have the final decision with regard to his or her staff. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, as they do now.
Right. And so it's clarifying wording. It's not a change in approach.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Devine.
Forgive me for backtracking because I thought I heard something different there and I really do just want to clarify. What I thought I heard you say earlier in that really this motion is just continuation of established practice. When you, before the mayor made his clarification, it sounded like you were saying that currently any report on such an incident from clerk and or integrity commissioner would not make recommendations. It would just say, here's our view of what happened. It wouldn't make recommendations. And what I thought I understood there from the mayor was that you're saying that currently in practice, clerk and or integrity commissioner do make recommendations, which as I understand, this motion would allow the member to supersede those recommendations. So forgive me for asking, which is it?
To further clarify, Mr. Mayor, the report provides for a new ethical framework for members' assistance, which provides a role for the integrity commissioner to conduct investigations. That is not an existing ability for the integrity commissioner. So we are not, that is new with this ethical framework. What is not new is the roles and responsibilities as it relates to members of council and their staff, and who ultimately gets to decide on discipline for members' staff.
So currently and continuing, members have the sole right on discipline over member staff.
That's correct. Now there is a consistent process under which these investigations would be taken.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Help walk me through this, because let's say that there is a member of council with an employee that they are very fond of, and that employee is the one who's accused of doing the harassing. And then they decide not to discipline them, even though an investigation showed that they're terrible to work with and being horrible to their coworker. What recourse is there for that employee who's being harassed if one of us as a council member decides not to reprimand our staff member? Like, I'm not seeing how this is helpful for the victim in this scenario here. This is frankly a lot of power to be giving us as employers. Is there a process of appeal for that employee or something?
So certainly a couple of things, Mr. Mayor. One would be that that employee would have recourse through human resources with a complaint against under the violence and harassment in the workplace policy. Notwithstanding any decision by the member, the city, be it the city clerk, city manager, may take steps to protect other staff in that office or city staff, which may include removing access for that employee to other staff, city facilities, and or communication tools of the city. So I'm thinking of a very egregious situation that could theoretically occur, in which, notwithstanding the member's ability to determine whether that person remains their staff person, that the city would have to take action to protect other staff and members.
Okay, that's good to hear. It still worries me because we know that staff on the row are extremely vulnerable, and we've seen scenarios where they were vulnerable before. But as long as the city maintains its obligation to protect that employee, even if the member, for some reason, is refusing to dismiss or discipline another employee who is the one doing the harassing, like, this is just really tricky territory. And I just want to make sure that that ability to appeal and to get help from the city for that employee is very clear to new staff, and also just very clear to anyone involved, because I could still foresee a tremendous abuse of power under this scenario, and I'm just not sure how to get around it in terms of our governance regulation.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure if that was a question, but I do note that one of the goals of the training and implementation of the ethical framework is to provide more and better information to staff in terms of their various reporting recourses through the violence and harassment in the workplace policy or through the integrity commissioner in cases of misconduct or harassment. So that is one of the objectives of giving us some time to implement this.
Okay. Is there any scenario where the city clerk's office or the mayor's office or any authority in the city would go over the head of a councillor and say, no, this person needs to go, like they cannot continue to be employed in your office? Or does the councillor, the member, have the total authority on this?
So yes, through the workplace violence and harassment procedures, we would need to determine whether staff had the existing authority, needed to seek additional authority to take those actions. But yes, we would pursue any and all means necessary to protect staff.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Leeper.
Sorry, I think I just heard you say you're not sure whether you have, or you need to look at whether or not you have that additional authority to go over the councillor's head.
It would depend what action we were seeking to take. I think we would have sufficient authority. If in a general sense, and I don't like to get into generalities, should management ever come up against limits to their delegated authority from council, they can seek council's approval to take a particular action. And I'm not speaking in this particular scenario, but in a general sense. Notwithstanding any policy that council approves here, we could seek that additional authority. If the city solicitor has something else to add, I'm happy to let him.
Nothing further to add, Mr. Mayor. I concur with the clerk's comments.
So if an assistant were determined to be have done an ethical breach and that resulted in some sort of toxic action, and they were being that might have an impact on the public, and they were being protected by their councillor boss, how would we get through that impasse if council felt that assistant's actions were so toxic as to warrant termination? Where would we solve that impasse?
If such an impasse occurred and staff did not have the authority to proceed with that HR action, we would seek council's direction during an in-camera session of council.
Okay. Okay. And sorry, I just want to make sure I understand the interface between what you've just told me and Councillor Plante's motion. Or sorry, Councillor Lowe's motion.
Our recourses in such a scenario would be unchanged by Councillor Lowe's motion.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe.
Thanks. To wrap up. Yeah. Thanks. Thanks, Mayor. So, I guess to reiterate some of the comments that I made at the beginning, this is a reflection of current practice. It in a way just puts it into words. Last term, we demonstrated that that council can oversee itself, and we are the ultimate. You know, we do hire our assistants. We manage our assistants, and we manage our office. Therefore, accordingly, sometimes we delegate it to an office manager. But anyway, where if we don't become the ultimate managers of our office, we sort of blur that line between the political and the bureaucracy, and you can't have that dual reporting happen, right? Our staff don't report to the bureaucracy, and as the clerk said earlier, the rest of council does have the authority and oversight to ensure that in situations where a member of council's not performing their function as an office manager, as their manager of their office, then there is recourse to ensure that things are running right and things are running smoothly. So again, it's a reflection of current practice, and I do hope that we can just sort of solidify and formalize this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Motion carried. Oh, okay, recorded vote then. Thank you.
Councillor Tierney.
No.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Bradley.
No.
Councillor Hill.
Yes.
Councillor Kitts.
Yes.
Councillor Lulov.
No.
Councillor Kavanagh.
No.
Councillor Johnson.
No.
Councillor Kelly.
Yes.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor Dudas. Councillor Devine.
No.
Councillor Giroux.
Yes.
Councillor Menard.
Yes.
Councillor Brown.
Yes.
Councillor Carr.
Yes.
Councillor Plante.
Oui.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Lowe.
Yes.
Councillor Durush.
No.
Councillor Curry.
Yes.
Councillor Hubley.
Yes.
Councillor Troster.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Yes.
17 yeas, 7 nays.
Okay, thank you. I believe those are all the motions for part 2 of the governance report. Are there any other motions related to part 2? No? Okay, so on part 2 itself, is that carried? Okay, moving on to part 3, local boards. There is a motion related to Committee of Adjustment quarterly data. Councillor Plante?
Yeah, I will just read the final part and I'll give an explanation. It says, therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to publish the quarterly updates described in recommendation 2.52 on ottawa.ca, subject to the Municipal Freedom and Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Like many downtown councillors, I have a lot of committee adjustment, and already they do have to report to the province all of the decisions that come out to the Committee of Adjustment. So it's just making sure that these decisions are available to the public as well. So I actually had a really good chat with Councillor Leeper on it, and we both agreed that this the website's quite cumbersome. So I'm glad that this will be hopefully more clear for people who are looking for these decisions going forward. Merci.
Merci, Councillor Leeper.
Thank you. I did want to ask for staff comment on that. I agree entirely with Councillor Plante that navigating the Committee of Adjustment website for residents is a difficult task. I just want to make sure if we pass this motion that staff are able to make available the information that's being sought.
Mr. Mayor, we can make this information available. We report on it quarterly, so we can put it on ottawa.ca very easily.
So if a resident is aware that 79 Elm Street was the subject of a Committee of Adjustment hearing, after a quarter or so has passed, they would be able to input that into a search bar and find out what that application was and what the committee's determination was?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. And I will be supporting it, and this will be a valuable tool.
Okay. Anyone else on that? Is that carried? Okay, and then on item 3 as amended, local boards, is that carried? Okay. Moving on to part 4, amendments to various bylaws, policies, and related matters. Councillor Plante, you have a motion related to election-related resource policy definitions.
Yep. Is it better? Is that better? Okay. It is off. I am on mute. I'm on mute. Hello? Okay. I didn't do anything different. Can I go ahead? Yeah, okay. So I'll just read the therefore be it resolved. It's just some clarification relating to what we can and can't do when we're both sitting here as council members and potentially up for re-election. So it's a clarification, therefore be it resolved that the following definitions be added to election-related resource policy attached in document 24. Community events and community organized events means events staged by external organizations such as community groups, other levels of government, and not funded not funded, organized jointly or jointly by city departments and or members of council. Examples include events such as community association meetings, business meetings, sporting events, festivals, fundraisers, and other ticketed events. Member organized events means a type of city event staged by a member of council as a one-time or sporadic occurrence, for example, a planning related open house or an event to benefit the member ward, the city or local charity. For clarity, such one-time or sporadic events are different from a member's annual community event as defined in this policy. Thanks again to staff for drafting this. So I appreciate it.
Merci. Councillor Curry.
So I'm wondering if this is really just a clarification. This is actually adding 2 more definitions. I mean, adding 2 definitions and clarifying are 2 different things, I think. So one of the questions I have is that I understand this is just during election time, but the second bullet here talks about planning related open houses that a councillor potentially would be member organized events. Is that, so just because this is, I think, quite complex, we get this little snippet of this in a motion, but we have new bills that say that councillors have less, like a smaller role in planning applications, development applications, and no real role in site plan applications. So during an election period, you know, there may be a development that's going forward, you know, meetings at planning committee. What is this actually, what is the real impact of this?
So the impact of this motion, it doesn't, we have already included language in the election related resources policy that references staff city events, so staff-led events, member-led events, and community events. However, we did not have any definitions of 2 of the 3 of those types of events. So this just adds the definition to go along with the provision that's already there. It does not prohibit, add any further restrictions or remove any restrictions from members in this policy.
So this is not saying these are the types of things that a councillor would not be able to participate in. It's not saying that.
No, it's just saying this is what the definition of those types of events are.
Okay, so my main concern, obviously, as you can see, is the development application part. So if we're in the election period, there's a development application in Canada, we have to front end load the consultation. A councillor could hold the development application public meeting during the election period.
So, Mr. Mayor, there's kind of 2 answers to that. The election period begins in May when you can nominate yourself. That's slightly different from what we have as the blackout period. The blackout period is the 60 days up to and including voting day. Members cannot hold events during that period. City staff, however, could hold an open house on a planning application in your ward. You could attend the event, but you would have to maintain a low profile. But during the 60-day blackout period, members of council cannot hold any events. That isn't changed by this motion.
Okay, wonderful, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Bradley.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I just want, I think having definitions and clarity is good during these periods, but I just want to make sure these definitions don't limit any discretion that the clerk's office may have to permit events if in exceptional circumstances arise in communities.
That's correct. We would continue to be able to review and grant exemptions where appropriate if a certain scenario comes up during the blackout period.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bradley. Is motion carried? Okay, next we have a motion from Councillor Brown regarding improving impartiality at council. Councillor Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Whereas council relies on the impartial expertise and professionalism of city staff to assist in decision-making, and whereas at times council can put questions to city staff that may harm the perception of staff's impartiality, particularly when staff are asked to provide a disposition supporting or opposing a given motion, and whereas it is critical that staff communications be and appear to be free of political interference or political bias, therefore be it resolved that the city manager, city solicitor, city clerk, and the integrity commissioner review the procedure bylaw, council staff relations policy, the employee code of conduct, and any other relevant bylaws, policies, or procedures to determine if any updates to these bylaws, policies, or procedures would further enhance staff's impartiality, and be it further resolved that Council consider these recommendations no later than the 30th of September 2025. Mr. Mayor, I appreciate the opportunity to raise this issue today. Colleagues like you, I rely on staff's expertise, guidance, and advice when we deliberate on matters at both a committee and council. I want to make sure that we hear that expertise and that advice in a way that ensures we're hearing exactly what we need to, free of what I may say is political interference or political bias. The concern that I have witnessing many committee and council meetings is when I might look across the room and hear a councillor say, I'm supportive of a particular motion. And then a few minutes later, I hear staff use language similar to or exactly that, whether they support or oppose a motion. Now, I want to make sure that when we're asking our important staff and or relevant staff that they're able to provide this advice and guidance without having to state a disposition. That doesn't mean we don't need to know what they think, but I want to make sure that we have the opportunity as politicians to state an opinion. I want to make sure that when we're deliberating, we're not being influenced by a colleague who might be trying to leverage their own position by having staff either agree or disagree with a motion on the table. I'm in no way trying to place blame. I want to make sure that we're all ensuring that our staff can remain impartial while we're debating matters. I will say, Mr. Mayor, that in the past, and I can use the site alteration bylaw as an example, where council determined a different course as originally proposed by staff. And when it came back to council, we had a colleague who had asked the city manager if staff would indeed implement the will of council, and the city manager confirmed that. When that matter came back just this past fall, another colleague was asking staff if the original concerns a staff member had raised to the media were still those concerns, or if they had been rectified or clarified. And when our colleague wasn't getting the response I believe that she was looking for, she asked to speak to a different member of staff. Now, we want to make sure we can ask different staff different questions, but I want to make sure that as we carry on in this term of council, we're ensuring that our public service isn't being impugned by politicians looking to leverage a statement to further their position. So certainly happy to answer any questions that colleagues may have, or would appreciate hearing from staff. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Luloff.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank the council member for this updated motion. I think that this hits the mark. I was concerned with the original wording of the motion because I wouldn't want to be putting us in a position where we are either compelling or restricting the speech of individual councillors. We should be able to ask whatever question that we like. However, I do recognize, and I think that the member recognizes, that there is a material difference between does this motion respect existing council policy, which is, I think, what we should be asking, and what is your personal opinion as a member of staff on this particular motion. So I think that taking a deeper dive into this, that taking a look at it and receiving recommendations afterwards is a good compromise, and I think that it better achieves the outcome that the member was looking for. So thank you very much for this updated motion. I certainly will support it.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Councillor Plante.
Non, je voulais juste remercier le conseiller Brown pour la motion.
Just wanted to thank Councillor Brown for his motion. I think it brings a lot of clarity.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do think this is a valuable conversation to have, and I see it not as adversarial or aggressive or trying to cause any problems. I think it could be actually quite helpful for staff if there's an understanding that when a councillor asks, or anyone asks, do you support this, that the answer simply be that whether it's our term of council priorities, our long range financial plan, that there are very specific details about why the particular department or staff member would think this was a feasible, doable, appropriate motion, as opposed to just simply saying, I support it. And I think because then it gives councillors more information as to why there is support for this. And that is, you know, councillors do look to staff for their expertise and professional judgment on many aspects that may not even come up in a discussion based on the, you know, maybe narrowness of a particular motion. But the second part of that, I think is, and I think we've talked about this before, but maybe this will bring out more of it, is when councillors simply say, I worked with staff on this motion, and then there's this unknown understanding that staff have already done all the checks and do think it supports everything that we actually have in our long-range financial plan. So that, I think, is another problem, and maybe a slightly different problem, but words matter, language matters. And so I think that what Councillor Brown is doing here is just asking for a review to say, does everything sync up? Is there assurances that staff do not have to be political and really can give us their full professional opinion on things with some backup, as opposed to just saying, we support it or I support it? I think that is actually helpful. So, and I do like the change in the wording of this motion, because I think then it gets at the fact that this is a benefit to everyone, not just maybe a directive coming from council or anything trying to limit anybody's ability to understand a situation. So if there is a review, I would ask the question, like I might always ask, is that how much work does this entail to do this type of review?
Thank you for the question. At this point, we don't have an estimate in terms of what it would look like to do the work. What I can tell you is this would review, or this would require us to go back and relook at our code of conduct. So we've done that work. We're updating the code of conduct. We're actually rolling it out. We've made a commitment to the AG with respect to the timeline associated with that. So we'll have to go back and take another peek at the code of conduct to determine whether there's any changes with respect to this, as well as making an estimate in terms of what's being asked of us here. So I cannot give you a definite time frame with respect to this, but there is a time frame noted in terms of reporting back with respect to this being September 2025, and that should be additional, or that should be appropriate runway to do that.
Okay, because my second question was, if this were onerous, would there be any other way to do this? I mean, obviously staff are sitting here in this meeting right now listening and understanding, you know, potentially what the challenges are. Is there any other way to get at this without doing, you know, sort of a major fulsome review of it? Just a different, like a conversation you might have with your senior leadership team in terms of responses, or something different from this?
Based on how staff respond today and the work that's done, I can tell you that we are here to provide our best professional advice, to provide facts to council that align with the recommendations in terms of the reports that are in front of you. So we are taking this approach today, appreciating what the motion is asking of us. I think we do need to go back and look at our code of conduct and other things to determine if there are any tweaks or changes that we need to make there.
Okay, thank you. I'll listen to what everyone else has to say too.
Just before we go any further, and in a spirit of irony, I'm going to ask staff whether they support this motion.
Thank you, Mayor, for that question. I will tell you that whatever council decides to do with respect to this, staff will action that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Plante. Oh. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. And City Manager, I appreciate the answer you just provided to that question. The answer that I anticipated in my head to that question would have been that staff does not support the motion, because staff, when they answer questions to that effect, what staff are doing is they are providing not their personal opinion, they are providing their professional evaluation on an option before them to state whether or not the option before them further aligns with our policies and our goals and our official plan, or does not. So this, to me, is one of those motions, careful what we ask for, because we might get what we do not want. To a certain degree, I believe that even the execution of this motion would be a great deal of work. Not only that, I think it's a great deal of work that presupposes that the status quo is not a good thing. And I firmly disagree that the status quo we have now is a good thing. And it is important and essential to our ability to provide the best oversight possible. If ever I do ask a question of staff, I don't recall ever hearing from myself or anybody else, what is your personal opinion on this, Cyril? I've never heard anybody do ask that. If ever anybody did ask that, I would expect that the chair would rule that out of order, because we are not asking staff their personal opinion. I think this would set in motion a course that could cast a negative outlook on the role that staff provide us. Just setting you off on this mission makes you go investigate your code of conduct as if you were doing the wrong thing to begin with, which you are not. I would like to ask, is there any precedent in any Canadian municipalities where we cannot ask staff their opinion, their position on a motion? The answer is no. Is there?
Mr. Mayor, we have not undertaken that circulation.
Well, no. I would be very surprised if there's any municipality in Canada that puts handcuffs on staff and councillors to ask questions of professional opinions on any motion. We have the right, no matter what you might say on a motion. We might say, do you support this? And you may say yes. We may say, well, I don't. And we can decide otherwise. These are the kind of things that to me erode our ability to have the best oversight possible. I will vehemently not support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. Councillor Kelly?
I will vehemently support this motion. I think it's very important. I think it's asking for a conversation to be had. And I often wince when I hear that question asked, do staff support this? Because I think that is opinion. I think we can ask what the challenges would be, what the cost would this be, would there be additional time that this would take? But do you support this is irrelevant in our conversations. They will support, and that's just been affirmed by our city manager, thank you very much for doing that, that they will support what it is we pass. And we've all done it. I think this is a great motion, and I'd love to continue this conversation, but I'll ask, and I will commit to doing this. I will ask all of my colleagues not to ask that question anymore. I'm not going to ask that. We've all done it. We've all hidden behind that when we know what the answer, when we know the answer is going to support our current position. I've done it. Every single member around here has done it. We shouldn't do it anymore. We should base our conversations and decisions on facts, on timelines, on money, not whether or not someone says they support it or not. So thank you very much to Councillor Brown for the motion, which I very much support. And I won't be asking that question around this table anymore, and I hope that my colleagues will join me.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Bradley.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I have a question about this review. So in one of the whereas clauses, it talks about council asking questions that perhaps are giving a perception of staff's impartiality, but the review is looking at all these different policies. So are we reviewing how councillors are asking questions, or are we reviewing how staff respond to questions that might come off as political?
I'll just ask if that is a question for the mover of the motion or if that's of staff.
I guess both, because I'd like to understand the mover's intent, but I'd also like to understand how staff are perceiving the motion and how they'll conduct themselves in this review.
Thank you very much for the question. The intent of the motion is simply to ensure that we as members of council don't ask leading questions or outright questions that would ask staff for a political disposition. I think the 25 members of council who've collectively knocked on hundreds of thousands of doors have the privilege of a political disposition. I'm hoping that through the review, staff might be able to identify opportunities, if any exist. Maybe we are already where we need to be, but if there are any opportunities that would enhance the impartiality of our public service while they're responding to questions from committee and council.
So thank you for that. And I guess what I would say to that is I don't want any limitations to the questions that I can ask here around this table, but what I do expect, and I believe that we have, is that staff have integrity to answer impartially and with only their professional advice no matter how I ask a question, whether it be leading or otherwise. So I don't think a review like this is necessary if that's the intent of the member. And the other point, you know, I agree with my colleague, Councillor Curry, who said when staff say, oh, yes, we support this motion, you know, we need more teeth to that to say, why do you support this motion? How does it align with our existing strategic priorities? But I think which the mover had referenced was a comment I had made around site alteration, wanting to speak to a specific staff member, because the response I was getting to a motion was, we will carry out the direction of council. And of course, we expect that staff will carry out the direction of council, but I want to know if the direction we're giving you based on your professional advice is aligned with our strategic priorities or with policies that we already have in place, not just that you'll carry it out. And if this review would limit your ability to give me your professional advice and only just say that you'll carry out the will of council, then it's not something that I intend to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much. I won't support this motion and send staff off on a onerous desktop exercise of review. You have a code of conduct. My message to staff today is I want to hear your advice until I don't. This is a very artificial environment around this table. Nobody is asking questions that we don't know the answer to. And when I ask staff for your support or opposition to something that is on the table, it's because I know that it's something you're going to give us the advice that will further the position that I hope my colleagues will take. And I hope in the course of hearing your support or opposition to something that my colleagues' minds may be changed through hearing something they may not have thought of. I want you to advise us fearlessly, and I want you to implement loyally. And my trust is that that is what you do. That's not going to be a case of, you know, when I want your opinion, I'll give it to you. I know when we're going to get to the impasse. And if I know we're getting to an impasse, I'm not going to ask you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. For me, the motion implies there's a problem, and I don't think there's a problem. And I want to expand on something Councillor Bradley said. There's a difference between asking staff, will you honor and implement a council decision? They will always say yes, unless we're asking them to do something illegal, but they will implement our decisions, versus the question we all ask, do you support this? And when we ask, do you support this? Here's what we're really asking. Do you support the merits of a council member's motion that aligns with policy and or a sound financial use of taxpayer money and or aligns with council objectives? And there are probably other criteria. And we're looking to you when we ask those questions for you to confirm that's the case. And we're not asking you to get political, and I'm not accusing you of being political because I don't think you are. You provide professional, unbiased opinion to us based on questions. There's subject matter, believe it or not, I don't know the answers to. And even when I hear a matter introduced and I've read information, I don't have the answers. And I sometimes ask staff questions to expand, help me understand, and help me get to a decision. And I look to staff for that. It's very important that we continue to ask those questions. If a member ever felt staff were politically compromised, go have a conversation with the city manager right away. That's your responsibility. Speak to the mayor. We can address that, but we need staff to provide comment on the merits of any motions that are before us, and that can't change. And I don't feel the motion before us right now is necessary. So I won't be supporting it, and that's my rationale. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm very uncomfortable with the premise of this motion. We can agree or disagree with staff recommendations. They're professional recommendations, and I believe we've all been on either side of either agreeing with a recommendation or not. I can give lots of examples, the rent eviction. We can talk about the limit on 3 bags of garbage. Yeah, that wasn't a staff recommendation. But at the end of the day, we are all influencing each other because it is votes around the table that give staff direction, despite or because of staff's professional advice. And often their advice is based on what we've done before and what direction we've had before. So it's our responsibility to be informed and to vote in the direction that we feel is best. And sometimes that means a change of direction from previously. But I do not like to question the fact that we're not getting professional advice. And frankly, we are the politicians and we do have political influence and we can talk to each other and have influence. And that's the way it's supposed to work. So I cannot support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Tierney?
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I actually really enjoy the conversation around the table. I want to echo one point that was made. It's about us working collectively together. If we feel something so strongly that, yes, we ask the opinion of our city manager or we ask the opinion of professional staff, but collectively, there is a political role in this and ensuring that we all remain friends and work collectively together. I think that's the strength of this term of council, is we're able to sell each other on certain things that are really important to our communities, really important to the city. And to be able to do that, to make sure we all work together on those specific high needs items is important. What I don't want to do, and I believe fully live and die by the sword, I have no problem with that, is I don't want to have to deal with going and making my own decisions all the time without professional staff. Otherwise, we'd have stop signs at every street corner. We'd have stoplights at every street corner. We'd have speed cameras on every street. We have to use our professional judgment and guidance by our city staff to make those determinations. And when we feel that there is opportunities, and I afford that opportunity at now PWIC, to allow people to go and make those hard sale cases, to go and ask for a report to come back about a stop sign, for example, in a neighborhood. They would have had to think hard and long how to convince their colleagues that that is important. And we always have that power. So I'd love to support this today, but I truly believe we have a good situation as it exists now. It keeps us working together and I won't be supporting it today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Menard?
Thanks very much, Mayor. I'm torn on this motion, quite frankly, because the response that Councillor Brown gave to what the motion is about, I don't support. The limiting councillors and what we can ask at the table. We're all political beings. We got into this, whether it be for policy or otherwise. We're trying to advance certain causes we care about and believe in, and we talk at the table to do that. At the same time, I've had experiences at this table, 4 years ago and last term of council that were awful. We talked about, sometimes we'd ask for a report back from staff and sometimes it would mirror what the mayor said at the time. Sometimes we'd have, I asked for options in reports to come forward and we have them for some reports, but not all of them. I want to see more options in reports and not necessarily recommendation. Sometimes I've been in discussions with some staff that are not here anymore, and they would presuppose how council was going to line up on something and line up understanding, hey, the votes are working out 15-9 all the time on this issue. You don't think that's going to change, councillor? And I think I would see that reflected in reports. On some files in my ward right now, I'm seeing things that are not consultations. They are sales jobs, and they are pushing information out to people, not receiving it back in. That's this type of stuff that has to end around here. And but I am torn on this motion because I don't think what you just said in reply of how this motion is going to work is going to target those things, which do need to change and have been changing, quite frankly, over a period of time. They've been getting better. But it still happened last term that I have concerns about and that I want to see changed. So just all that to say is, if this motion was worded differently and targeted something different than just what limiting councillors, how we ask the table or what we ask staff about supporting motions, I do want to hear from them often on whether they can carry something out and whether or not it's a lot of work or whether or not it's something that the organization has talked about and supports. I want to hear those things. And it's not to advance a certain cause of a particular councillor or somebody else. Oftentimes I just want to hear what the senior leadership table is talking about. But the other examples that I've mentioned here, you know, former councillor Diane Deeds would talk about this all the time. She would say it all the time at this table. She would say she was concerned, the former mayor, saying this is the politicization of our staff all the time. And I don't think that Councillor Deans was wrong on a lot of those points. On LRT, she certainly was not wrong. So I will just say that there are some reviews that have to happen with our new city manager. And certainly I know the clerk's office looks at this often. My experience has been mixed around this table, and I would be, if I didn't say this, I would be doing a disservice to myself, my residents that I represent. So I want to be clear, there does need to be some reflection on how these things have worked in the past. But given the answers that Councillor Brown has mentioned in his answer, the intent of the motion is, that's not what I'm going to support. I want to see staff come back independently and speak to these sorts of things that are occurring, that used to occur, and be clear with us about how their independence is being managed. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. I'll just make a few quick comments if you wanted to wrap up, Councillor Brown, after that. I'm a little bit torn on this as well, because I do appreciate and respect the principle from which Councillor Brown is operating on this and the reasons why he's brought this forward. However, I am more inclined to think that there is not a problem here that we need to solve. I think we have councillors who ask questions of staff, and then all of us can make our own decisions regardless of what we hear from staff. We always have the authority to decide and to vote however we choose on any issue. I'm reluctant to limit what councillors are allowed to ask of staff. I accept that Councillor Kelly has said he won't be asking that question anymore, but other councillors may choose to ask a particular question even if he doesn't feel that he wants to. Again, we always have the authority to decide whatever we want to decide on a vote of council, even if staff advise us otherwise. So mixed feelings about it, but I will not support the motion. Councillor Brown, if you'd like to wrap up.
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I certainly appreciate the robust discussion. And that's what this motion was designed to do. So we can have this type of conversation. Certainly, it is not my intention to limit questions from councillors to staff. That is not the intent. I don't believe I said that's what it was. It is more to ensure that we are not trying to leverage for our political purposes a particular response. So with that, Mr. Mayor, again, I just want to say that I appreciate the conversation. I appreciate the feedback that I've received from the city manager and other staff, and certainly what we've heard today. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. And I'll just add as well, I think actually there's been benefit to us having this conversation today because you brought the motion forward, whether it moves ahead or not. I think there's been benefit to having this conversation today. So let's vote on the motion, please. Thank you.
Councillor Tierney.
No.
Councillor Brockington.
No.
Councillor Bradley.
No?
Councillor Hill.
Yes.
Councillor Kitts.
Yes.
Councillor Luloff.
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
No.
Councillor Johnson.
No.
Councillor Kelly.
Yes.
Councillor Leeper.
No.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Devine.
No.
Councillor Giroux.
Yes.
Councillor Menard.
No.
Councillor Brown.
Yes.
Councillor Carr.
No.
Councillor Plant.
Oui.
Councillor King.
No.
Councillor Lowe.
Yes.
Councillor Jarash.
Oui.
Councillor Curry.
Yes.
Councillor Hubley.
Yes.
Councillor Troster.
No.
Councillor Gower.
No.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
No.
12 yeas, 13 nays.
Thanks a lot for making me do that. Okay. Thanks, everyone. Okay, Councillor Menard, I believe you have a direction.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'll just read that out when I get up here. Thank you. Agenda items at committee can garner significant interest from the public, resulting in a high number of public delegations, and agenda items that are later in the agenda can take variable amounts of time to reach the table for discussion. This unpredictability may cause residents to have needlessly arranged childcare, miss work, or made other ultimately unnecessary arrangements. And it's harder for some members of the public to navigate this than others, creating unequal impact on residents. And so the direction is that the city clerk be directed to review procedures around the registration and communication with delegations to make public delegation as predictable as possible and better facilitate and support equitable access to members of the public who wish to be heard by the representatives at committee. And to review as part of the next governance review process any amendments to procedure bylaw that would be beneficial to improve this process. This could be as simple as things like a public delegations list or the delegations receiving the delegations list so that they know where they are in the order. Certainly, chairs have discretion to move agenda items around with the will of committee. And I think this is something that the clerk's office should review and come back to us. So thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Just before we go to member questions, are staff accepting of this direction?
We have not identified any concerns, and we believe we could do this within existing resources prior to the next governance review.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Curry?
Fair enough. I was going to ask that question as well. The one comment I would make is that, in my opinion, one of the reasons why delegations are unable to determine when they're going to come up is depending on how many questions are asked of every delegation, right? So I mean, I just wonder if staff are going to come back and say that's something that is completely out of our control. So fair enough to give them a list, but like to tell councillors, like, you want to keep people on track, stop asking questions, or actually stop making comments. Let me just take this opportunity. Stop making comments and long speeches and actually ask a question of the delegation. How about that? That would make a difference. But anyways, go ahead then on this, but I think that that's actually the real challenge.
Okay, Councillor Lulov?
That's actually a really good point, and I appreciate what Councillor Menard's trying to do here. I think that it makes a lot of sense. Chairs do have the discretion to move items up with the will of the committee, obviously, to try and get through these delegations. We do want to be respectful of people's time. I think that probably the lesson that can be learned here is if, to Councillor Curry's point, if there is comments that you want to make about it, keep your powder dry until after the delegations are done. Ask your question, make your comment at the end. You can come back on unlimited amount of times at a committee. You don't have to, for lack of a better term, unload your entire magazine, in the first 5 minutes that you have, right? Oftentimes we see that people, and maybe I'm being guilty of it now, although I'm still under my first minute, where somebody will spend 4 minutes and 50 seconds commenting on an item to ask a single question at the end, and then come back on for a bunch of questions. Just reverse that. Ask your question of the delegation so that they can move on. I think it's more respectful that way. I'll support this motion. I think that it's a good idea that we can look at some of the options to make it easier for people to come out and delegate. Thanks.
Just to be clear, it's a direction, not a motion?
Oh, fair enough, yeah.
Okay. All right, Councillor, no, yes. Okay, that is it for the motions and directions related to part 4, but I know a couple of members have questions related to part 4 of the report. Councillor Curry?
Sure. Councillor Lieber had his hand up there, though. Was it for something extra? Oh, unrelated to the motions. Okay. So in reading through this section, I stopped at Schedule D, not stopped completely, but I stopped at Schedule D, which was, it was document 16. Section 11A. And so it is the section that says the Director of Community Safety and Wellbeing Policy be given further delegated authority. You can look at this. And I have some concerns here. So I asked a number of questions already, and I can't really give you the response I received in email, but fundamentally it was, this is just syncing up all the rest of the delegated authorities of other directors. So it's just making everybody have the same. But I definitely have some concerns here, and I say that as chair of the audit committee, where we had an audit for this department in terms of their delegated authority, in terms of government. Like if you look at what's in section 11, so that the Director, Community Safety, Wellbeing Policy and Analytics Service is authorized to approve, amend, extend, and execute agreements with the federal or provincial government, provided that such agreements are related to community safety, wellbeing policy, and analytics service initiatives, are consistent with the departmental mandate, and are at no cost to the city. And so, within approved budgets, at cost to the city. So when I think about what happened with the kickback scheme audit and what happened with the sole sourcing of the sprung structure and the outcome of that, it gives me concern to add more delegated authority, even if this just is syncing up these directors with other directors. The cost to the city in this particular section of this would lead one to believe it's just simply financial cost, but I would argue that there's much more cost to the city in terms of reputational risk and our brand, and just the message that is sent to, you know, the public, and to in the case of the sole sourcing, to the construction community. So I'm reluctant to approve this right now. So what I was going to suggest, and I'll be happy to listen to anybody else's comments, is that I want to understand, first of all, what the real impact of this is if this is not approved today, but I would think about and contemplate a deferral of this until the police are investigating the kickback scheme situation. So defer until we get a report that is determined, something to that effect. But I would like to understand the real impact of not approving this right now.
Would someone like to speak to that?
Mayor, the councillor is correct. This addition to delegated authority for the Director of Community Safety and Wellbeing is simply a correction. It was omitted earlier, and we're correcting that to match the delegated authority of the Director of Housing and Homelessness, for example. That delegated authority enables the director to enter into negotiations and agreements with other levels of government to advance initiatives that are priorities of council. One example would be the recent Anchor program, and negotiating with the police and Ministry of Solicitor General to ensure that we could put forward a funding proposal quickly and effectively. So one of the consequences would be that we would need to take time to come back to council for that decision, which would add at minimum 8 to 10 weeks to a decision-making process. That is just one example of the consequence of not proceeding with this level of delegated authority, which matches that of other directors in my department.
Thank you for that, and not to debate, but am I to understand then that every other decision, because I'm thinking of the ones I'm talking about right now, did not come to council? So because this was an oversight or missed, it doesn't seem as if it was not just assumed anyways. I mean, I don't recall all of these other things coming to council for decisions.
Mayor, in the example I used, a report on Anchor did come to council with a funding strategy, and council approved that funding strategy. And council approved the direction to engage with the Ministry of Solicitor General in partnership with the police to seek funding for that program. So, and the problem with that was, I mean, I look at that and I think if that is one of your examples, then that was a great thing to come to council. We discussed it and had a, interesting time understanding it better. The challenge I have here is that some of these files are so impactful of so many different components of our city that if they don't come to committee or council, regardless of the real delay, I mean, I think we've already seen some challenges, and
I don't know how those are going to be mitigated if this is just added on as, that council will not understand what's really going on.
Councillor, if I may just add a couple of comments in terms of what my colleague Clara has spoken to. I think a couple of examples are important here because what we're seeking is really the authority to enter into agreements, I'm going to say as an example, with other levels of government. When we think about the announcement that was made most recently in terms of the funding that it came for encampments, we have the authority to enter into that agreement so that funding doesn't disappear. And it gives us the ability to enter into that agreement very, very quickly. So at a high level, this is seeking the authority for staff to enter into those agreements, to accept the monies that are flowing from other levels of government to assist us in terms of advancing our council's strategic priorities. If there's something that's extremely significant, we will come to council in terms of seeking direction and recommendations with respect to what's going to move forward regarding that item. So it's not that we're keeping things, we want to bring those pieces forward, but this delegation of authority gives us the ability to move forward with some of these things very quickly.
I appreciate that. Believe me, I know we need to be nimble. Like, I'd be the last person saying, let's slow something down, really and truly. I guess it is really in this department that I see fundamentally recently that we've had so many really controversial situations where we've all as councillors were really caught off guard and then had to determine what was going on. The one thing I'm quite concerned about is the specific structure in terms of having delegated authority for this. The specific sprung structure project is that councillors were given information that it was $1 to $2 million, and then later we understood it was 11, and then it was 15 sole sourced. And it was like happening like this, where councillors really weren't even understanding what was going on. And I think, does delegated authority mean that that kind of thing can happen again? Because right now, we've now had to go back out for an RFP. It's doesn't look great for us. And there is the question of whether we actually have this $15 million. I don't think that councillors are fully understanding that. And so that's my concern, that if there's delegated authority, the delegated authority continues on this, that say if we get a new government federally and, staff have signed off on a $15 million project, and yet a new government comes in and says, yeah, guess what? We're not doing that. And the $15 million is committed. Who's paying the $15 million? Potentially the city. So, I just think that some of these files are so big and they have such great impact that I'm hesitant to do this. So, obviously there are other councillors that have their hands up. So if people are in agreement with me, you can also defer, because I'd like to hear what other people are thinking. But I just have concerns about what this really means. And unless I understand that they would be really mitigated and we would absolutely be understanding everything fully before we see it on the front page of the Ottawa Citizen, I'm reluctant to say that, we should just go ahead with this.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll switch gears for a moment to the changes that are proposed for the city manager bylaw. There was some discussion among councillors about the change that's being made to that bylaw to reflect Bill 3 strong mayor powers, such that the head of council, which is yourself, now has sole responsibility for hiring and firing the city manager, unless that is delegated. And I just wanted to ask you, there is currently no delegation that is in effect with respect to hiring or firing the city manager. For the remainder of the term, hopefully we're not looking at either of those scenarios, but is it your intention to continue to delegate, I guess on a transactional or as needed basis, the hiring and firing power over the city manager and other statutory officers as far as Bill 3 may give you that power?
Yes, it is.
Okay, that's what I was interested in. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe.
Thanks, Mayor. Continuation of one of my colleagues' questions there earlier. Clara had mentioned that if we don't sort of give this delegation of authority to the Community Safety Wellbeing Director, Community Safety Wellbeing Plan Director, it delays items. It can potentially delay items like 8 to 10 weeks was what you said. Can you, I guess, clarify where that delay, like why there would be that delay? Like, what would cause that 8 to 10 week delay? guess.
Mayor, I was referring to the process that is undertaken to bring a report forward to council.
Okay, understood. And can that, given the impact of some of the files that that part of your department would deal with, could it not be, the decision of the chair to call a special meeting to not delay that as much?
Mr. Mayor, council, the mayor or chair of a committee may call a special meeting in accordance with the provisions of the procedure bylaw to consider a particular matter in a case where either the city manager or the relevant department head or director did not have delegated authority to make that decision.
Okay, thanks very much. I think I agree with the points that Councillor Curry made there. And given that that option exists to reduce that delay as much as we can, I think we can take some time to hash this out a little bit. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Hubley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to thank Councillor Curry for everything she said. I agree 100% with what she said, and I appreciate that she did it. I don't know if I could stay as calm as she did discussing some of the stuff we've been put through lately. But I have a lot of concerns with this. I would not vote for this motion. I would vote for a motion to defer. I would ask that part of that be that the city manager do a review of the delegated authority in this area with an understanding of what's transpired in the last few months, that, as Councillor Curry said, put the city's reputation at risk here. We've got the construction companies all complaining about how we ran this process and didn't include them. I know on the sprung structures, I was told at noon on the day that it came out that it wouldn't be released to the next day. And yet at 6 o'clock news, I'm listening to the manager of the area giving quotes in the news and that it's going ahead. And no communication tools for us to use at all. It took, I believe, 2 or 3 weeks to get a decent communication package put together that has gone a long way to calming residents down. I don't want to live that again, and I wouldn't wish that on anybody sitting at this table. Sorry, Marty, I don't know what I'm saying that's upsetting you here, but this is what Councillor Curry and I lived through, and Councillor Devine as well.
Point of order, because you've said my name. Can I have a point of order?
No,
Point of privilege.
What is?
I just don't understand. The reason why I was gesticulating is I don't understand what the sprung structure discussion has to do with the community and safety well-being. That's what I don't understand. It's two separate issues. Like sprung structure is not part of the community and safety well-being. That's why I'm confused. Sorry.
Okay. Well, you can speak to that when it is your turn on the list. Councillor Hubley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just tie my final comments into that. It's, as I said, I'd like the city manager to review the delegated authority in that area. So it's not just this one, it's all of them, because there's no point in taking one manager and saying, okay, you can't have delegated authority, because as I said, the example both Councillor Curry and I are using is the sprung structure. It was done in that department and how it was done. So that leads me to believe that that is the standard operating procedures for that department, to not loop in the affected councillors, to not have communications products ready to go so that the community can understand what their decisions are. So that's why I'd like to see that review. And this is our opportunity to ask for it, because we're dealing with the report on delegated authority. So in closing, I'll support Councillor Curry's motion to defer if she puts it forward. And I would like to, whether it be part of that motion or direction to staff, I'd like to see that review conducted. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hubley. Councillor Gower.
Thanks, Mayor. I think there's a lot being conflated into a policy update. I think if there's concerns about other specific projects and delegated authority for specific projects, councillors may bring forward a notice of motion to review those at a future council meeting. What I'm reading in the policy changes in front is a change to the policy to give a specific director delegated authority that is consistent with other directors in the organization. And it seems to be a very limited delegated authority at that any decisions are consistent with the departmental mandate and are at no cost to the city. So I understand there's concerns about specific projects, about how delegated authority might have been used, but I don't really see why this minor update to the delegated authority policy affects any of that, and there's no reason that we shouldn't support this. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I'll make the same arguments that I did when there was a previous motion to try to remove delegated authority over the sprung structure issue. Look, we can all agree that the communication on that issue was not ideal, but what I said then and what I'll say now is we can't constrain staff's ability to respond to an emergency, period. Right? Like if there's a Direcco, we're not saying come to council before you open up that space where people can go plug in their cell phones. Similarly speaking, I don't think it's fair to say to staff, just because you're dealing with community safety and well-being, which includes people experiencing homelessness and mental health and addiction issues, you need to come back and we need to politicize those decisions in a way that we're not politicizing other decisions. So, I really strongly believe that we need to let staff do their jobs and to respond in emergency scenarios. Let's not forget 2 people this month alone have died after exposure and living rough, unsheltered on our streets in Ottawa. These are the issues that this particular director deals with, that this department deals with. Where next Planning and Housing Committee, we're going to be looking at zoning changes that remove restrictions on shelters in other neighborhoods. We need all hands on deck to solve these emergencies. And it's absolutely absurd to say that we should be able to call a special meeting in all cases to slow down our response to what is a major humanitarian disaster on our street. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I'm not aware of any motion that's been made at this point. So on section 4 of the governance report, is that carried? Okay, moving on to part 5. There are a couple of motions. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas the Office of the City Clerk has received document 32 in response to motion number 2022-03/29, therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to align constituency service budgets to the median budget of comparable municipalities identified in document 32, with the Mayor's Office receiving budget to receive corresponding funding of an equivalent percentage, and be it further resolved that staff implement these changes in a graduated manner to be fully aligned with the report recommendation no later than January 1st, 2027.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Brown. Is that carried? Okay, next motion is from Councillor Lowe regarding a code of conduct for members of council and reimbursement of legal fees. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas the Code of Conduct for Members of Council, bylaw number 2018-400, Part 3, Section 9 investigation provides that, quote, a member who is the subject of an inquiry may consult with a lawyer, and that if, quote, the complaint is dismissed or no contravention is found, the mayor may charge the applicable expenses to the constituency services budget. And whereas consulting with a lawyer and obtaining legal services can be expensive, whereas the member's constituency services budget may not have enough funds to cover those legal fees, their legal fees. And whereas even if a member's constituency services budget has enough funds to cover their legal fees, this will likely significantly reduce the funds available to the member to operate their office and conduct their business. Therefore, be it resolved, City Clerk present for the consideration of Council no later than the 30th of September 2025, a report detailing the creation of the Council Administration Fund and associated policies and procedures for the reimbursement of a member's legal fees. Similar to my earlier motion, this has also been discussed with the clerk, and it's something to bring back. And then I think it's mostly spelled out in the motion there.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Lowe. Is that carried?
Dissent.
Okay, we have 2 dissents. Okay, yeas and nays, please.
Councillor Tierney,
Yes.
Councillor Brockington,
Yes.
Councillor Bradley,
Yes.
Councillor Hill,
Yes.
Councillor Kitts,
No.
Councillor Luloff,
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh,
No.
Councillor Johnson,
Yes.
Councillor Kelly,
Yes.
Councillor Leeper,
No.
Councillor Dudas,
Yes.
Councillor Devine,
Yes.
Councillor Giroux,
No.
Councillor Menard, Councillor Brown,
Yes.
Councillor Carr,
No.
Councillor Plant,
Oui.
Councillor King,
Yes.
Councillor Lowe,
Yes.
Councillor Duresh,
Yes.
Councillor Curry,
Yes.
Councillor Hubley,
Yes.
Councillor Troster,
No.
Councillor Gower,
Yes.
Mayor Sutcliffe,
Yes.
18 yeas, 6 nays.
Okay, thank you. Next is a motion from Councillor Lowe regarding office volunteers. Councillor Lowe?
Thank you, Chair, Mayor. When it comes on the screen, I would say, whereas the City of Ottawa, councillors' offices often have volunteers helping within the office, with events, with door knocking, and whereas volunteers bring a significant contribution to councillors' offices, and whereas the work of these volunteers fall outside current policies that apply to member staff, and whereas the City of Ottawa's insurance and workplace insurance programs do not currently cover volunteers in performing their work, particularly in performing higher risk activities like events and door knocking. And whereas a lack of policies and the lack of insurance expose the City of Ottawa and elected officials to potentially significant legal and financial risk, therefore be it resolved, the City Clerk and City Solicitor present for consideration of Council no later than the 30th of September 2025, a report detailing recommendations for policies and options for insurance for volunteers within the offices of members of Council.
Councillor Luloff.
This is a pretty contentious issue, not what you're trying to do, but the renewal of insurance has been a topic of discussion at this council for community groups and for neighborhood watch programs and other wonderful people doing work on our behalf, clearing outdoor rinks and whatnot. So I guess to the city solicitor, would adding this in to the renewal discussions, what are the possible repercussions of that? Could this drive the rate up for those community groups? Just generally, what are your thoughts on this, Mr. Huxley?
Mr. Mayor, I understand the motion is directing the city clerk and the solicitor to look at this item, and we're pleased to do that. I can't make a comment on what that result would be. We would obviously look at it internally, have contact with our insurance brokers for input as to best practices and what the trends are in the insurance industry.
That's entirely fair. I'm literally trying to get the answer to the question that you're trying to ask through the motion. I apologize for that. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Councillor Dudas?
I think you may have just alluded to the response you're going to give to my question, but how would you determine who's a volunteer? You know, is it the person who steps in and writes a couple notes up, or is it the person who's volunteering at one of our events? Or like, is that even something you could ask the insurance brokers? What's the question you would turn to them and say, this qualifies as a volunteer?
So, Mr. Mayor, I'll ask the city solicitor to add to this, but as a first step, I think we would reach out to members' offices to identify what are some of the potential volunteer type roles that they may actually use in the course of their work, and that would inform some of the questions we'd be asking of the insurance brokers.
Okay, I appreciate the intent, but to what Councillor Luloff said, we have just gone through the rigors of conversation about what a volunteer is and how we should insure them as a city, and we're about to revisit that in June, I believe. I don't feel that this is the appropriate time to talk about somebody who might pop in and out of our offices to help out on occasion. So I'm not quite sure how this fits into the grander scheme of it. And I'd almost want to rather revisit it as the larger part of the policy when we come back to it in June. So I don't think I'm comfortable voting in favor of this at this time.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Councillor Carr?
Thank you very much. I think when I read this motion, I'm a little bit taken aback by the fact that we're using volunteers to do work in our offices. Certainly when I have a community event, there's groups that have insurance, such as, the Scouts or the Community Association that might want to help out. But I'm baffled that this is a widespread problem. I understand we're discussing, people have expressed concerns about office budgets not being able to pay staff, but I won't be supporting this because I don't support using volunteers for duties that we should be compensating people for.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Brockington?
Thank you, Mayor. Whether we have 1 million volunteers or just one, the question I have for Mr. Huxley is if we do employ a community volunteer to help us at an event and they get injured and there's some sort of legal litigation launched, how do we address that? They're going to say this was a city event hosted by the councillor, and whether or not there was negligence, we could be a party. How are volunteers that a councillor agrees can engage and help out in an event treated should something happen?
Mr. Mayor, those circumstances would obviously have to be case specific, and as how to the city's response would be, whether it's a statement of claim and the available defenses that would be available to the individuals involved, including the application of the city's legal indemnification policy as it applies to members of council and city staff, and then the city writ large. But it really would be a case specific basis.
So is there benefit to do what this motion outlines?
Mr. Mayor, I'm in the hands of council on that. The motion would be to look at these options on this issue and whether it's the will of council to do so. If it's not, it would be the status quo, Mr. Mayor, is my understanding.
Yeah, I think that many of us do have volunteers that help out at community events. I'm thinking of summer events. Should we tell volunteers who are helping out on a community rink that they should wear a helmet in case they fall? Should we assume that people who are barbecuing have basic barbecuing knowledge? How do we mitigate risk? And if you're going to have volunteers that help out, we need to understand what our risks are as a corporation should someone be injured. And we don't want anyone to be injured. But I think it's a fair question that's been raised. And like others, I'll listen to the debate as this continues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Tierney?
Great, thank you. I think we're raising some good points. We're not alone in the forest here, though. There's 444 municipalities in Ontario. Can you provide comments on how they deal with a situation like this?
Mr. Mayor, I don't have that information. I suspect part of the, if council approves this motion, that would involve part of the review would be the benchmarking of other municipalities.
And I think a councillor mentioned as well, our people that volunteer for our 650 outdoor rinks, they're paid a stipend, they're volunteers, but they get a stipend. Would this put us down a rabbit hole of having to possibly have a registry in the future? And I'm always looking at other municipalities, trying to understand how they do things, because I think when we create more bureaucracy, we're asking for more trouble. No disrespect to lawyers. Do we know how this relates to other municipalities? Like we must have some idea. Don't we have someone that sits on the CEO committee for all the municipalities? Like, is there no discussions that take place between GMs?
So, Mr. Mayor, I might start, and certainly if the city manager or city solicitor would like to add. This pertains specifically to volunteers working for or with members of council in their offices or at member organized events.
Yeah.
And we do not currently have an understanding of what other municipalities do in that specific regard.
Wow. Okay. I guess I'll listen to the rest of the conversation, and, you know, I'm sure I speak to members throughout the province. I'm sure Riley does too with AMO and with FCM. I've never heard of this. Is there no general liability for volunteers for city-run events?
Mr. Mayor, there would be other applications of coverage and other policies that would apply where the city is engaging it, which would be separate from what this motion is dealing with, which would be specific to members, volunteers assisting members' events.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to clarify, I think, something that one of my colleagues asked, and that is the specific what if in terms of liability and risk exposure. So if there is a volunteer that is providing some form of service to a councillor's office, whether it be in the office or at an event or something to that effect, and that volunteer suffers some form of injury, etc., what currently is the situation there? I'm assuming we would be culpable as a corporation. How does that work? Or more directly to the councillor's office, would that be something that would come back to the councillor in terms of D&O insurance or indemnification? From what I'm hearing so far, I think there's a reasonable delta of information in order for this motion to pass and to research this. But could you just specify currently if a volunteer for a councillor's office for some type of event or activity was injured, what would be the consequences of that potentially?
Again, Mr. Mayor, it really depend on the mechanism of the injury, whether it was something that was, you know, applicable to the Occupiers Liability Act or the actions of a third party, but it would be case specific.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate the intent. Having worked on the CPIP update for, let's call it 3 years, and we've now made significant progress, but we're still not across the finish line on that. I anticipate this is going to be a very heavy lift. I think what I'm hearing from you is that you're okay to do the review and bring recommendations back, but is it fair to say that this would be, you know, instituting something would be fairly complex and a multi-year sort of horizon?
Mr. Mayor, I think the example of the Community Partners Insurance Program is apt, and a similar type of implementation would require significant resources.
Yeah, and I guess in that example, you know, we're working with a group, you know, groups that are perhaps easier defined. So I have concerns about the implementation of this. Again, having had that experience with CPIP, a review is a review, but I just wouldn't want staff to do too much work and then, you know, be told it's not feasible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yeah, just quickly, I agree with Councillor Kitts. I have concerns because we're not quite finished with the community insurance program. And I'm still hearing of glitches. I don't think this sends the right message to investigate volunteers specifically for councillors, but we're not you know, focused on the volunteers that are working for the community associations. We need to get that job done, and it's not quite done. So I think that's the priority. Thank you.
Councillor Bradley.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. I don't agree that there's an issue here. And obviously many of us use volunteers for events, and we would hate to have something happen and then realize that this person, you know, has to go it alone despite providing service to our office, or that we as councillors are liable. But it feels like there's an information gap here. Like, instead of you know, looking at options to consider expanding our insurance program, could we not just do sort of an information scan or landscape scan of what other municipalities do in this case and come back maybe via memo? I don't know if staff would accept that as direction or if I need to turn that into a motion or an inquiry, but I think we might be premature to ask staff to come back with full-on recommendations on how we could include this.
Mr. Mayor, certainly if a member were to put forward a direction to do an environmental scan of other municipalities and their practices in this regard with respect to volunteer insurance for members, we would be happy to take that direction.
So I'm happy to move that as a direction then. Maybe staff could help me write that up in the meantime, but I don't know if Councillor Lowe, that might be sufficient for you to perhaps consider withdrawing your motion and wait till we get that information back.
No, I'll keep the motion there. I'll have more to speak to it at the end.
Okay, maybe procedurally then, since they're similar in nature, would it be sufficient for that to be a replacement motion then? And Councillor Tierney has agreed to second that.
Okay, so we would have a replacement motion moved by you.
Yeah, I just don't want, I don't know if we'd be in
Councillor
the getting into reconsideration if Councillor Lowe's motion, which is meritable, if we vote that down today, if we can't reconsider that, if we get new information and want to go down that route. So that's why I would consider it to be a replacement motion.
And your motion specifically would be for staff to conduct an environmental scan of what other municipalities do in this area.
Correct.
And
to
report back with a memo to council.
Yeah, either memo or if it's I think maybe FinCor would be the committee, but I'm happy with memo as well.
At which time
then council can make a decision to bring back Councillor Lowe's motion to implement something.
Okay, so we will deal with Councillor Bradley's motion first. Is that carried? Okay, so we won't deal with your motion at this time, Councillor Lowe. All right, thank you. I believe there's only one other motion for this part of the governance report, and it's also from Councillor Lowe. Is that right?
Thank you, Mayor. I will, I guess, put it up on my own screen. So it's I'll sort of skip the whereases, but therefore be it resolved, the city clerk work with the councillor of Ward 24, Barrhaven East, to find a proper space for a ward office in the city of Ottawa, in a city of Ottawa facility in or near to Ward 24. And be it further resolved that if no proper space is available for a ward office in a city of Ottawa facility in or near Ward 24, that staff work with the councillor to find a proper retail or commercial space within the ward or near the ward. Be it further resolved that staff consult with the councillor on the choice of location setup of the office, and be it further resolved the Ward 24 office be ready for use and opening no later than the start date of 2030 term of council, and that be it further resolved that staff include all necessary funds within the City of Ottawa's 2026 draft budget. So, minor context, I don't have a ward office. Mine's a new ward. It was never provisioned. However, you know, so far I've made it work for the last 2 years and a bit, working and meeting residents in cafes and coffee shops, but I don't find it fair to hold that table for 6-7 hours anymore. And there are times when an office is more helpful. You know, this doesn't limit us to what options there are in the ward or around the ward. It doesn't kick Councillor Hill out of his office. And you know, even though I have some community buildings, I'm hesitant to kick out those organizations for my own benefit. So, so I hope that you can support this. This is just a conversation, and hope you can support it. Thank you.
What if we wanted to kick Councillor Hill out of his office, though? Okay, Councillor Carr.
Hi, thanks. I didn't have a ward office at the beginning of the term, and I sent an email, and now I have one. So I'm just wondering why this needs a motion.
Mr. Mayor, under the existing policy governing ward space for members of council, we do have the ability, without this motion, to pursue options within city facilities. This would allow us to explore options that could include facilities under the control of local boards and or possible leased space as potential options. My understanding, and this might be something the mover might wish to expand upon, is that there are limited spaces available within city facilities at this time within that ward.
Okay, so the office has to be in the ward, because I know it's, I believe Councillor Devine and Johnson share an office, and one of them is not in the ward. So there's no options in neighboring wards? So that's what we're seeking?
The motion actually refers to looking outside the ward as long as it's close to the ward, the motion itself.
Okay, got it, thanks.
Councillor Leeper?
Thanks. I guess it's a point of order. Is this within scope of the governance review, or should this be a notice of motion that we can deal with at the following meeting? I don't think it's within scope of our midterm governance, but I'm willing to be told otherwise.
So, Mr. Mayor, the procedures or policies with respect to members' access to space, including ward office budgets, which was originally approved through the Member Services Committee, is part of the Councillor's Office Manual, which is before Council as part of this report.
We move on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Brockington?
Are there any financial limits on what can be spent if you only have retail or commercial space? And we hear how tight real estate is in Barrhaven. What are the limits?
If the General Manager of Recreation, Cultural and Facility Services wants to add anything, he may feel free to do so. If what comes out of this review is something that cannot be accomplished within existing resources, we'd have to bring that back for approval.
Yeah, I want it to be reasonable, but have you explored all options already? And this motion is because you've exhausted of what's within scope, and now you have to expand that? Like, have you, community centers, libraries, fire stations?
Mr. Mayor, we have looked in the ward, and as the councillor mentioned, the choices are rather limited, and with the proviso of not moving out community groups that are already using the space, we do need to look broader afield.
What about a portable?
Well, I think the question is whether or not we're asking staff to go away and look at options. I don't think we're trying to find the solution at this meeting.
Okay, I'm just very cautious about spending, and I guess, Mayor, I'm concerned that if retail space is found, that it could be quite expensive, and I would much prefer councillors' offices to be in a municipal facility or abutting it through a means like a portable. But I agree with you. I'll yield there, and I will support this, but I'm cautious about how much this might cost in the end. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Very quickly, certainly supportive of the motion. I have residents in my ward that have to drive 40 minutes just to come and see me, so I can certainly sympathize with Councillor Lowe when he has to take up a coffee shop table for 6 or 7 hours. Our constituents come in to speak with us about sensitive matters, and I think residents deserve to be able to speak with their member in confidence without having to drive all the way down to City Hall if you live in Barrhaven. So certainly I think within reason, of course, to Councillor Brockington's comments, we want to be careful what we're spending, but I would also caution and say how much is too much. In this case, I think Councillor Lowe and his residents deserve a ward office. I'm sure they more than pay their fair share in taxes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Kavanaugh.
I'm probably quite different from everybody else because I gave up an office because it was at Foster Farm and I felt that they required it more than I did. And I've been doing, that was last term. I got reelected. I never had a constituency office. I've had coffee meetings. I also have lots of meetings with people, whether it's Zoom or whatever, on issues that are important to them, plus open houses on a regular basis. So I'm not going to hold up someone looking and thinking that it's super important, but you know, it's different strokes for different folks, because I followed Councillor Leeper's lead in just reaching out to the community in the community. So, but I won't hold it up, but it's not always a necessity.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I think the fact that we're debating this is ridiculous. He needs a ward office. you need a ward office, so if you need one, maybe we should do that for you as well. And I hope that everybody supports Councillor Lowe getting a ward office so we can properly serve his constituents.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Hill.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I concur. He lives 22 kilometers away from City Hall. That's not 5 kilometers away from City Hall. He's a suburban councillor. This is the cost of growing by a ward. This is pretty straightforward. And this isn't committing us. This is looking at options that make sense. I'm supportive 100%. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Just a question to staff is how many councillors currently around the road do not have a ward office?
I don't have that number readily at hand. It is primarily those who are in the inner and outer urban area or who do not feel they require one.
And if councillors wanted an office in the urban or inner urban areas or suburban areas in some cases, would a similar process be up for discussion here, or is that something that we've previously established that it's not? We're not going to be adding more ward offices in
Mr. Mayor, I move that the question be put.
Unfortunately, you've already spoken.
Sorry,
Kelly.
Mr. Mayor. Okay. I wish someone would do that.
Okay.
I mean, I'm generally supportive
I don't
of the
think
motion.
there's anything stopping anybody else from also asking for a ward office.
Yeah, I think it's just important to communicate out. You know, definitely there's some challenges there with coffee shop meetings and other things like that. But we do that all the time. And I certainly agree with having ward offices being a benefit. So happy to support that and this work. But I think it's important information that there's a lot of councils that do not have ward offices, and sometimes proximity to City Hall is a consideration. But I think the motion speaks to things like coffee shops and community centers and other areas very similar to a lot of wards that exist right now. So happy to support the motion, Mayor, but I think there may be more motions of this sort and finding a lot other people ward offices as well. And I hope those are supportive if they come forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Dudas.
I have a question for the clerk. How long has Councillor Lowe's ward been a ward?
Since the beginning of this term of council.
Thank you. And did we determine at that time that we were going to add an office to Councillor's Row to accommodate Councillor Lowe when he was not elected to that role?
Yes, following the ward boundary review, that office was constructed at City Hall using existing available space.
And how long have all the other wards, just generally, I don't expect you to come up with the exact date, been in existence? Aside from Councillor Lowe's ward, by the way. Probably since amalgamation, right?
There was a previous ward boundary review, I believe it was in 2005, 2006, that resulted in the creation of additional wards at that time.
So what I would suggest is that this is the cost of adding a new ward, that we all have had many opportunities and our predecessors before us to share concerns about not having our own ward offices, and there will be many opportunities in the future to do so. We have a new councillor and a new ward. We're not just talking about him. He could obviously meet anywhere he wishes, but he has staff. Those staff are serving his constituents, and those constituents pay taxes. I also have a grave concern about taking over any parks and rec spaces that are at a high premium and taking those from our residents. So I don't know why we're wasting everybody's time on this. I fully support this motion. And as I said before, it's the cost of adding a new ward. So let's move on and vote for it.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Councillor Lowe, did you want to say anything?
Yeah, I'll wrap up quickly. If I could have sent an email, and this could have been achieved through email, I would have done so. I know that is an option, and I have exercised that option. I don't want to kick out a community group from one of my 3 community buildings, nor do I want to kick out a community group that uses Councillor Hill's buildings. So just by proximity. So, you know, sometimes I do meet with residents at coffee shops, and sometimes there are things that I myself don't feel comfortable with them talking to me about in public. Sometimes I meet with my staff in a coffee shop. Sometimes Councillor Hill is generous enough to lend me his desk. So, this sort of just asks staff to help me out a little bit finding options. If there's no options, if there's truly no options in or near the ward, then so be it. Then I'll accept it and move on. But I'd like to have that conversation, so perhaps I can find a space for me or for any future councillor of Barhaven East. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. That felt like a debate, but I didn't hear a single person say they were not supporting the motion. Is the motion carried? Okay, thank you. Any other comments on part 5 of the governance report? Okay, is that carried? Part 5? Okay. Moving on to item 11 then, appointments to standing committees. Is that carried? And item 11.2, appointments to boards, external agencies, municipal organizations, council liaisons, and selection panels. Councillor DeRoche, I think this is where you expressed you declared your conflict. Is that carried? Okay. Item 12.1, acquisition of property at 5689 Ferry Road. And Councillor Kelly, I believe you have an amendment to item 1 of the Agricultural and Rural Affairs Committee recommendation. Is that right?
I do, Mr. Mayor. I'll read that into the record now, that the General Manager's strategic initiatives bring forward to City Council no later than the end of Q2 2025 a confidential memo or internal only circulation that includes a list of potential lands both outside and inside the urban boundary that could benefit from additional protections and conservation under the City of Ottawa's Land Purchase and Steward Program/funding.
Okay, so that is a friendly amendment to item 1 of the 2 under the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee recommendations. So we'll vote separately on the ARAC recommendations and then on the original recommendation from Finance Committee on the acquisition. Councillor Kelly, did you want to speak to?
Yeah, sorry, I don't need to speak to the motion that I just moved. I don't anticipate that'll elicit a lot of debate, but I would like to provide some wrap-up comments on my 4.5-week argument that this particular land acquisition is not a good use of taxpayer funds. And I will come right out of the gate and admit that I support the program, that I ran on a slogan of Keep West Carleton Rural, and I do think that this program helps achieve that. But I think there are some things that we all should be concerned about sitting around this table. The number one thing is that staff tried to use delegated authority to push this through, even though it was, almost certain that it's going to surpass the $2 million once you factor in the other costs that they have delegated authority to spend. Of course, the terms of reference did not specifically outline this, but I do know that the clerk's office recommended or advised that it would be prudent for staff to bring this to the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee, which was ignored right after the Rural Summit. There is no plan for this property. Security, structures, will we plant trees? No idea. 2 habitable structures on the property, no idea whether or not we'll keep them. And this is not the level of scrutiny that I think taxpayers expect when we are going to spend $2 million of their money. This is 31 kilometers from the urban boundary with RU zoning. It's been on the market for over a year. This is not an attractive piece of land for development, which was confirmed by planning staff at the last Agricultural and Rural Affairs Committee. This land is not in danger of being developed. This property is not even remotely unique. Quick look at Geo Ottawa will show that. Staff have repeated over and over that this is critical to achieving the official plan policies, but have not demonstrated at all that it is critical. So they can say it, but they have not demonstrated it. Just saying the word critical is not something I can support in terms of spending $2 million, and I hope that my colleagues sitting around this table will agree with that. This property is surrounded by a provincial park, by a conservation authority, by ag land that cannot be developed. Again, this land is not in danger and does not need protection. It's a beautiful property, and it will be 100 years from now, even if we don't invest $2 million in buying it. But if you travel 31 kilometers towards Canada, you'll find yourself in what used to be beautiful West Carleton Marsh. It used to be farmland. I used to stop and buy produce there. This area is now a massive construction site and will be for the next decade, and is home to the future site of a Walmart supercenter. This area also used to be home to Blanding's turtles in Canada North. They're now extinct there. Rural Ottawa is not being destroyed by farming and forestry. It's being destroyed by urban sprawl, and buying a property 31 kilometers from the urban boundary that is sufficiently protected already does absolutely nothing to change that. This acquisition does tick boxes. Absolutely. It achieves policies. But if you care about accountability and spending taxpayer dollars, don't support this acquisition. If you genuinely care about protecting rural areas and natural heritage features, don't support this acquisition. We can be both stewards of the land and stewards of the public purse. It just takes some thought. Let's continue this conversation and save this money today. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and appreciate Councillor Kelly's leadership on this. I want to repeat that rural councillors are not opposed to the purchase of lands for the goal of conserving our environment in our rural area. That's not the debate here, and I want to make sure that that is clear for our colleagues. The question that I have relates back to the finances. The one concern I've raised is the additional funds that will be required once the purchase is made. Now, staff have indicated that to finance all of the potential extra costs, those funds will be withdrawn from the acquisition account that will pay for this property should council choose to purchase it. The concern I have is the additional costs and that high value. What's going to happen is council will deplete the Rural Affairs Committee and council by extensions opportunities in the future to buy other lands that are at higher risk of being developed or purchased for any other purpose. So when we're looking at, is this the right use of tax dollars? I would say likely not. Are the goals admirable? Sure they are. My question to staff, however, is are we operating under a deadline that's been imposed externally, or are we operating under a deadline that this council has imposed on staff?
Mr. Mayor, I'll ask Mr. Stowe to speak to that, but we are operating under the terms of our tentative agreement for purchase.
Mr. Mayor, I have nothing to add to that.
Thank you very much. I just want to make sure that we're not in an active bidding war with a potential purchaser who didn't take the opportunity to purchase the land within the last 14 months.
Mr. Mayor, we are not.
Have we explored other opportunities to acquire this property, whether it be through the City of Ottawa or any of our partners?
Mr. Mayor, we have had discussions with a number of potential partners on this property. We have also had, back previous year, a workshop with potential partners. Partners were involved in active land conservation. Based upon those discussions, we don't believe that any of our partners have the capacity to acquire this property on their own. But there is interest in working with the city on future stewardship of the property.
Thank you very much. And I don't wish to contradict Dr. Stowe, and I have information that I haven't shared with anyone else. I only received an email yesterday, but I had a board chair reach out to me from the Rideau Valley Conservation Trust. I believe that name is accurate, who had indicated that listening to one of my interviews that I did on this subject, that there may be willingness and the opportunity to partner with us, but would ask that we hold off for now so we could enter into those discussions. I don't wish to contradict Dr. Stowe. That's not my intention here. I just have new information that I thought would be relevant for council's consideration. The director has confirmed for us that we're not in an active bidding war. I think it would be wise if this council deferred this matter until we can go back and see if there's an opportunity to acquire this property at a lower cost to taxpayers or through one of our partners. We're not saying no. What I'm certainly saying is if we can do it for cheaper, let's do that. If we can do it through one of our partners whose main purpose is conservation, I think that would be a natural synergy that we should take advantage of. But certainly I'll leave it up to Councillor Kelly and his leadership, and then obviously the will of council, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
So you're not making a motion in...
Mr. Mayor, if that would be the wish of Councillor Kelly, I'd certainly second a motion like that, but I think as the ward councillor, it would be up to him to determine if that's the course of action he wishes to take.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Menard?
Thank you very much, Mayor. This, I think councillors will know, this is the second time this has come through council, and certainly has gone through 2 different committees. I've got a lot of respect for the local councillor and took in this subject at the Rural Affairs Committee as well. I support Councillor Kelly's motion that's in front of us today. And I also support the original motion that passed through Finance Committee. I think both are important. As councillors will know, this is a 223 acre parcel near Fitzroy Harbor, 0.8 kilometers of shoreline on the Ottawa River. 60% of it is forested with wetlands and mature woodlands. The remaining 40% is pasture, and staff have been clear with council that there are opportunities here for reforestation and wetland restoration in support of the city's no net loss policies and tree planting goals. They also have called this area highly important to conserve over the long term, and that it occupies a significant section of natural heritage system core areas and linkage areas as per the official plan. We did hear at committee staff go through it in excruciating detail that this is really a rare strategic opportunity that the City of Ottawa has, and one that we do not come across often. The lands comprise not only that core natural heritage system core areas that the official plan talks about, but also other potential historic heritage system features, archaeological potential. And then in terms of cost, it's important to note that city staff have done their due diligence on this. There was an original asking price of 3.5 million, and staff negotiated a sale, got an appraisal done, and made sure that that price came down to 1.95 million with it closing in April. And so as staff have explained it, it's rare to find a property with all these characteristics which fulfills that criteria. I understand the councillor's discussion around ag lands in this area and around the proximity to the urban boundary. This is also an area that is at risk in 10, 20, 30 years from now of some deforestation, of concerns around that shoreline, and that the city represents a strategic opportunity for the city. I mentioned this as a committee too, just the opportunities that have existed with the OCDSB on some of their properties where they bring students there to explore woodlot areas in the East and West are fantastic. This is an area where the Quilon Ferry takes off from too. Just an amazing piece of land that is large in our city and represents a big opportunity. So, you know, though I agree with the councillor on his motion and I'm going to support that, this is one that city staff have done their due diligence on, and it's important that we push forward with what the official plan has been talking about in this area, and to me represents a great deal for the City of Ottawa. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We did have a really great conversation about this at ARAC, and I know that majority of council wasn't there. I don't need to summarize the points that my colleagues made, but I did want to, just because I think there are very valid points being made. The amount of time that this parcel has been on the market, the absence of development potential, how far it is from the urban boundary, the additional costs beyond the purchase of the land, the very low Laurier score, which means that the land is not viable for crops, which also means that a farmer wouldn't buy it to clear it for that purpose and put the trees under threat. So I know we've been meeting here for a while now, but I just, I hope and trust that my colleagues are listening to those points, because I think they have merit. This issue has been characterized as you're either for conservation or you're not. I think that's entirely unfair, and Councillor Kelly and the other rural colleagues have all reiterated their support for this program. But I think some of us believe that this particular parcel is not a priority at a time when we are repeatedly told that we are pinching pennies. I appreciate that we have a criteria and staff are doing their job in that regard. So I think, a review that's been put forward is worthwhile as well. But, I think we all have many examples of something that checks the boxes on paper, but perhaps has a different lived experience. And so I think that's the counter argument that we've been trying to bring forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair.
certainly a topic that I've tried my best to be as informed on as I can before deciding. And I will have a question for the mover. So fundamentally, I don't think that there's any debate on the importance of the city holding land for the sake of conservation. I don't think that's the debate. I am basing my decision purely on any concern I have over whether or not this acquisition would be a good use of taxpayer funds. Currently, I'm not convinced that it isn't. To the mover of, so to Councillor Kelly, in your remarks, you said, if you want to protect rural land, do not support this motion. So I'm going to assume what you meant by that, and please correct me, for the city to acquire and hold this land for conservation, I'm going to assume that is protecting rural land. So I'm going to therefore also assume that what you meant by that is there are other lands that you feel we could buy that may be at risk because you feel that this property is not at risk. Is that fair to say?
That's very, very accurate, yes.
Okay, with that, so I spoke with staff about this yesterday, so question either to Nicole or to Nick. So one question I had on the issue of budget, because as I understand it, this property would cost around $2 million, but our budget is larger than that. The comment I had back from staff, and I can't find it now, but on the issue of budget, is it true? Does this reflect the opinion of staff? This purchase would not exhaust our budget, which would still have sufficient funds for us to pursue other acquisitions or stewardship opportunities. Is that a fair reflection?
That is correct, Councillor.
And of course, I can assume that just because you have enough budget to buy more properties, by buying this property, we are using some of that budget. So I can understand that. The other comment I have, and I suppose, Mr. Stowe, this is to the comments that Councillor Kelly said, which is that it has been said that this property is a critical acquisition, but it has not been demonstrated. So the other comment I have in my exchange with staff is Ferry Road is the most ecologically significant property that staff have seen become available in recent years. Is that a fact or is that a personal opinion?
Mr. Mayor, that would always be a subjective evaluation. It is my opinion that this is the most ecologically significant property we have seen come available for acquisition or stewardship by the city in the last few years.
And I beg your pardon when I said I meant professional opinion. But even on that subject, could it be quantifiably said that this land, as you just said, is the most ecologically sensitive thing that we found in the last several years? You could quantify that if required. Quantify or qualify. You could demonstrate that.
Yes, I believe that we could do so.
Okay. On the issue of the question of deferral, because one thing I am, I suppose, wary of is if we do not act, that we may lose it. Does staff believe that it is any kind of time crunch? Is there any concern from staff that if we do not acquire this, that it may be acquired or the current owner may do something with it?
Mr. Mayor, I'll begin just answering that question, but while we're not currently aware of a bid, there's always the risk that a competing bid could be presented at any time.
Thank you. And then I suppose my last question, is staff saying, because I suppose we have the options to buy and then do things with it, i.e. plant more trees on it, or to leave as is, but can I assume that by buying it and doing certain things with it, whether planting trees or whatever, the land will serve a greater conservation value than leaving it as is?
That is correct, Councillor. So the intent, there are a number of different tools available to staff for the protection of the natural heritage system. And one of those programs is the Rural Natural Heritage Acquisition Program. And that allows us that opportunity to invest in that restoration on those particular properties and working with strategic partners, including various conservation authorities.
Thank you. And I think, forgive me if I already said final question, but I do have a final question. With the motion that Councillor Kelly brought forward of producing a list of other lands, so that is a list. So right now we don't, as making a decision, we don't have options. We are looking at this land or
doing nothing with it. Is it fair to say that if we were able to acquire a list and get opinions from staff, recommendations from staff, there may be a way of quantifying what could be other decisions to make between Ferry Road and or other lands that may serve similar purposes?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think the one caveat recognizing that when we are looking to assess the different lands, so we are looking at the rural areas of the city, applying that natural heritage system layer, kind of taking consideration that we're removing the already existed protected lands, not considering the agricultural resource lands or aggregate lands, as well as some of those future growth lands. So that's what we're using to narrow our focus. And then we're consistently looking at what is available or what becomes available on the market for purchase. So that list will be a reflection of a point in time.
All right. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. Councillor Tierney.
Great. I'll keep it brief. Thank you. And not being part of this, it seems to be quite the discussion. When it comes to some of the lands, and it sounds like there's nothing to be done with this land, correct? Like it's, I think that's the whole point, is a lot of people are concerned about the rankings of other lands and how we only have one available. If nothing can be done with it, I'd be inclined to see referral or deferral of this at this point. I'm just wondering, why are we focused on this piece of land versus looking at a complete list?
Mr. Mayor, we are always looking at what lands may be available for acquisition or stewardship across the city that would address the policies in the official plan for improvement, protection and improvement of the natural heritage system, and for addressing the no net loss policies. So we are continually looking at what other properties are available, whether they meet our basic criteria, and then using those criteria, evaluating which ones we think are high enough priority for us to pursue, and going through that process of the properties that are currently available now, we believe that this is the highest priority property.
Yeah, and I think that's the problem, is you keep referring to it as lands, but it's land, it's singular. And we don't hear the opportunities for other parcels of land. That's a concern. There's also other partners, I think, that I don't think we've exercised enough due diligence with. Is it the city, and forgive me, I should know this, I lived there and snowmobiled and maybe had a bush party or two there. The Bolton Forest, is that provincial or is that us?
Mr. Mayor, the Bolton Forest is primarily a city-owned forest.
Okay.
It was, my understanding, conveyed to the city at amalgamation. And it is, but it does also have provincial natural heritage protections on it.
And that's where I was going. That certainly I could see as something, and that was well prescribed in the past. We want to protect the Bolton Forest. I went to West Carleton High School, Bill Mason Center, a great environmental location. I actually canoed when I was in school. That's weird. Not every school does that. Is that school property, or is that us, or is that the province? What's the tie-in on that? I'm just trying to look around the area of what we consider valuable lands that we protected for a reason versus this specific singular land. It's a lot of money, and I'm concerned there's probably other valuable pieces of property.
Mr. Mayor, through you, Councillor, I just wanted to take the opportunity to clarify the point there. I think you raised there were concerns that this, if the city were to acquire, the intent would be to leave it the way it is. So the intent would be over the next year for staff to be developing a management plan, working with those various partners that we've already had some of those conversations with. That includes the local Mississippi Valley Conservation Authority, which is the local governing conservation authority. But I just wanted to take the opportunity to clarify that, but I'll ask Mr. Stowe to touch on your last question there.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, there are I believe the outdoor education center that the councillor is referring to is owned by the Board of Education. There are other properties across the city of Ottawa that are owned, that are conserved and owned by other organizations. The program that we're talking about, the city's acquisition and stewardship program, is specifically intended to address the city's responsibilities under the provincial policy statement. And under that provincial policy statement, we have a requirement to identify and protect a natural heritage system, and we have directions that we should seek to enhance and improve that natural heritage system. So this program and the proposal to acquire this property is specifically directed at our responsibilities under the provincial policy statement. Planning statement, sorry, it's been changed.
No, and no problem at all. And I think, again, I think if we had lands, the plural, in front of us, where there was a ranking, it would be far easier to make a decision. But at this point, I'm not totally satisfied. So I'm hoping there's a referral or deferral motion so we can look for other people to soak up $2 million plus, because that's a big chunk of change. And we're not exactly rich with cash at this point, but thank you for your efforts and the requirement under the provincial policy statement.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much. It's been an interesting listen on this topic. Understand the questions of my colleagues. I'm wondering, you know, I hear suggestions that we need to look at other parcels. I've heard staff say that, you know, this is the best recommendation they can make at this time. What I'd like to understand is how rare do you think this opportunity is to purchase a piece of land of this size for this value? And I believe my colleague just mentioned, you know, wishing that we had a choice. Are there other current opportunities available in of the same caliber currently available, and do they come up that often? Because certainly you spoke about the fact that you're regularly looking for pieces of land that meet the policies in the official plan and whatever the new name of the provincial policy statement is.
Mr. Mayor, in our experience, opportunities like this, properties of this significance, come up very rarely.
Okay, and are you aware of any comparison lands within the city limits in or outside of the urban boundary currently, or any recently that?
Mr. Mayor, I'm not aware of any comparable properties that are available at the moment.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I think we've had a great conversation over the last month about the program, and I think that we've all established that the support for the program is there with rural councillors and around the table. We do have new information that was provided today, along with additional information that will be coming to council in Q2. We've got a conservation authority who has reached out to one of our colleagues with interest. I have not been able to shake the feeling since the beginning of this conversation that the deadline is a manufactured one, that we do not need to act on it, that we have time to have additional conversations. And for that reason, I would like to move a motion to defer this until conversations can be had with the Rideau Valley Conservation Authority. I have informed the clerk's office that I would be putting this motion forward. Whereas other partners may be interested in the purchase of the property, therefore be it resolved the council defer this matter to a future meeting of council once staff has reviewed and provided information to council on those opportunities to partner with another agency no later than April 30th, 2025. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kelly. Councillors are welcome to speak to referral now if they choose to. Councillor Curry.
Just a question on that. What is the real impact of having it's a deferral, isn't it? It's not a referring to anywhere,
That's
it's
correct.
a deferral. So what is the real impact of deferring this with these timelines?
Mr. Mayor, the agreement basically states that we cannot close until after April 2nd. However, the next part of it is we must close within 60 days of the deposit of the art plan. The art plan is currently in draft form and will be deposited, deposited shortly. So we would probably have to close sometime in the first 2 weeks of April. That's assuming council approval.
Okay, so sorry, all the dates were a little bit confusing. So what is the real impact if we actually defer this now? Is there a risk that we wouldn't be able to get this property at some point?
The risk would be if you don't give council approval prior to the 60 days following the deposit of the art plan, if you haven't given council approval by that point, then we could lose it, yes.
So 60 days gets us to?
That will get us, well, if we deposit, say, mid-February, we get us to mid-April.
And then this deferral is having us delay until, it's not on the screen, sorry.
It says no later than April 30th.
No, well, ours is no later than April 2nd. After April 2nd, we can't close before April 2nd. So so we can close after April 2nd, but no later than 60 days after the deposit of our plan, which should be deposited in the next couple of weeks.
Okay, I don't think I still have a full answer. So is there a risk that we would lose this property then, given what's in this deferral?
I would say yes.
Okay, and then the other question I have is, I wasn't sure if Tim Mark had a comment there. I just saw some movement there. If he has anything further to say, because it seemed like he might.
Mr. Mayor, I share Mr. O'Brien's concern, and so it would seem to me that picking a deadline date earlier than April 30th would be appropriate, perhaps, and the clerk will know the council schedule in March, but see, the first council meeting in April might be okay. The council meeting in March would be safer, Mr. Mayor.
Okay,
Councilor
friendly
Kelly, would you be okay with changing it to March 31st? Sure. Okay. So no later than March 31st.
Okay, just on the deferral though, I won't be supporting the deferral. Anyway, but at least it's less bad.
Thank you, Councilor Kavanaugh.
I have a question in regards to the new information, and this is in terms of the deferral because it's new information. The RVCA is interested, but isn't this in the area of the Mississippi Valley Conservation Authority? So how does that work?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct, Councillor. So while we're always open to those opportunities for discussion, that is certainly a conversation we'll have to understand more that Councillor Brown has brought to the table. But yes, this property falls within the Mississippi Valley Conservation Authority, and staff had discussions. They did not identify this as a property they're able to purchase at this point, but they are a willing partner to bring various or to consider stewardship opportunities and rehabilitation opportunities on the property should the city consider the purchase.
Thank you. It makes it sound like, we're putting a lot of pressure on. How long have we been looking for properties? I mean, just roughly, have we been looking for years for a property of this nature?
Mr. Mayor, we have had funding from council for the acquisition and stewardship of properties, I would say, for at least the past, since I've been with the city. So that's been 15 years. The amount of funding has varied over time, as has our capacity to implement the program. In the last several years, council has made regular contributions to the capital account for this program, and starting in 2024, we received a new position in the natural systems team, which has allowed us to put more resources into this program. And so Our review of properties, our review of stewardship opportunities has certainly increased in the past year. But we have acquired other properties in the past, and we have done stewardship on other properties in the past.
Thank you. I can't support the deferral. I think that it's been proven that we've been looking for a long time. I consider this a unicorn. This is something we found that fits our needs, that's unique. And I think it should be interpreted as something that is a find rather than that there's a whole bunch out there that we haven't looked at. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Gower.
Thanks, Mayor. As I understand the deferral motion, it's to allow time to find another partner who might be willing to share in the cost of acquisition. And I think we just heard Mississippi Valley Conservation Authority is not interested. They seem to me the only partner in this part of the city that would be in a position to purchase, but also they're funded 90% by City of Ottawa taxpayers. So if the goal is to save money for the city, we're not really saving that much. There's also talk of land trusts. As far as I know, these land trusts are volunteer run, and I'm not aware of any that have a $2 million war chest to go out and acquire land. I appreciate people want to try to find solutions, but at some point, I think we just have to make a decision on whether this council wants to acquire an important piece of ecological land. And I just checked, in Stittsville, we acquired about 7 or 8 hectares of land in the last term of council at a cost of what was $700,000 per acre. $700,000 per acre. So I'm not sure how we're going to, the price that's on this land right now, I'm not sure how we're going to beat that in terms of value. Anyways, I don't think deferral is going to accomplish a lot here except for put the whole transaction at risk. So I won't support deferral.
Thank you, Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. Following on Councillor Gower's comments, I am now less inclined to support deferral, especially if I'm now hearing that the body that we believe could be a partner, Rideau Valley, is not of the jurisdiction of the property. But because I wasn't sure if I heard something correctly, can staff or somebody confirm that Mississippi Valley Conservation Authority, the jurisdiction of the property, has expressed that they do not have an interest in purchasing or partnering? Was that said? Or that we don't know?
Mr. Mayor, we have discussed this property with Mississippi Valley Conservation Authority. They have not expressed any interest in acquiring the property, and based upon past discussions and continuing discussions that we have with them, it's my understanding they would not have the resources to do so. Just on the, I do need to clarify on the Rideau Valley Conservation Authority, there are 3 different bodies, and I'm not sure which one approached Councillor Brown. The Rideau Valley Conservation Authority, this property does not fall within their jurisdiction. Associated with the Rideau Valley Conservation Authority is a land trust run by the Conservation Authority, which is, again, focused on the Rideau Valley watershed. There is a 3rd land trust, and the name escapes me. That land trust may have more flexibility. It extends all the way down to actually Kingston, and I don't know if that is the organization that has approached Councillor Brown, but that organization probably has more fluid boundaries. But Rideau Valley Conservation Authority is focused on the Rideau Valley watershed.
Thank you. One last question. If the purpose behind the deferral was to hopefully save money from entering into a partnership agreement with a conservation authority, and if the rationale for any conservation authority to invest in this and share ownership, if that intention would be for them to benefit the conservation authority, should we proceed with this purchase, nothing would stop us from then going to either Mississippi Valley or that body within Rideau Valley and then asking post-purchase if they would like to share in a partnership and contribute costs. We could always find that cost savings down the road if it so benefited us. Is that not true?
Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Can I also ask, knowing that your principal goal in acquiring this property is for conservation, would it be perhaps even in your best interest, not just for that goal, but also for savings, to proactively seek out such a partnership once we acquire, and then see if we could have that two-stream benefit?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is staff's intent. If it is the will of council today to direct staff to proceed with the purchase of the property, that would be our next phase over the next year, is to engage in further discussions about different management opportunities, focusing on restoration for that property.
And would those plans that you intend to follow through, would they possibly include, or would you be directed to follow that partnership could also involve those bodies being a shared owner of that property for which they contribute funds to it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I wouldn't speculate on those outcomes at this point.
All right. Thank you. But with all of that reassurance, I don't see myself inclined to support deferral. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. Councillor Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Certainly, I'll be supporting the motion. There is no urgency. No one else wants the property. No one wanted it for 14 months. We do have an opportunity to potentially get a better deal and still accomplish our goals. I apologize that I only received the email yesterday. I wish I had received it last week. There is no urgency. It is being manufactured. What we've heard is our deadline, our plan is at risk of falling through. Let's write a new one. If it lapses, we can certainly do that. I am confident that if this particular agreement that staff have worked on doesn't work out, we could likely go back to the property owner and ask for another one. So I will certainly be supporting the deferral. We know that we can come back before the agreement that staff have worked on comes due. So give us a little bit of time. Let's see if we can accomplish the goals of conservation and stewardship and see if we can save a few bucks in the process. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for the opportunity, and thank you to my colleagues for having this really fun debate today. A couple of things that I'd like to address. My colleague, Mr. Gower, mentioned some areas in the Stittsville area that have been purchased. I would fully support that. Have you seen the explosive growth in Stittsville and the sensitive lands that are around it? That's accomplishing our goals. I would support that. Also really happy to hear Mr. Stowe confirm that there is an arm of the RVCA that could potentially buy this land. I'm also really happy to hear that confirmation that this is in Mississippi Valley Conservation Authority territory, which tells me that all of the arguments about the sensitive shoreline, you can throw those all in the garbage because the MVCA is taking care of that. And then again, 14 months on the market. This is not a great deal. If it was a great deal, it wouldn't have been on the market for 14 months. I hope that my colleagues will see the validity of these arguments, that this is not an anti-environment play, that I feel very strongly about the arguments that I'm putting forward today. I do care about the environment. I want to protect it. I want to keep our rural areas rural, and we can do that in a much more intelligent way. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. So I would recommend that we vote first on the recommendations from Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee. Would the deferral cover that as well? Or not?
I think they're independent of each other. I still want that information regardless.
The deferral applies to the recommendation from Finance and Corporate Services, doesn't it? So, yeah. So first on the amendment that Councillor Kelly introduced today to item 1, is that carried? And then the recommendation from ARAC as amended, is that carried? Okay, next then a recorded vote on the motion to defer.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Councillor Brockington.
No.
Councillor Bradley.
No.
Councillor Hill.
Yes.
Councillor Kitts.
Yes.
Councillor Luloff.
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
No.
Councillor Johnson.
Yes.
Councillor Kelly.
Yes.
Councillor Leeper.
No.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Devine.
No.
Councillor Giroux.
Yes.
Councillor Menard.
No.
Councillor Brown.
Yes.
Councillor Carr,
No.
Councillor Plant,
No.
Councillor King,
No.
Councillor Lowe,
Yes.
Councillor Duresh,
Wait.
Councillor Curry,
No.
Councillor Hubely,
Yes.
Councillor Troster,
No.
Councillor Gower,
No.
Mayor Sutcliffe,
Yes.
12 yeas, 12 nays. 12 yeas, yeah.
I think it's 13-12, isn't it? 13 yeas, 12 nays.
Mr. Mayor, my count is 13 yeas, 12 nays.
Can you say that again, please?
13 yeas, 12 nays.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may we take a brief recess? The manager, coordinator, and I all have a different vote count to make sure that we are correct. I may have registered Councillor Curry's vote in the wrong column.
Okay. Sure.
Mr. Mayor, was also Councillor Johnson not voting at all?
No, Councillor Johnson voted.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear.
Councillor Johnson voted for deferral. I believe you voted against deferral. Is that correct?
I voted against deferral.
Yeah.
I just thought there was someone that didn't vote at all, but maybe I just didn't hear it.
Mr. Mayor, we've gone back to our notes. It is 13 yeas, 12 nays.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to item 12.3, Councillor Menard, I believe you wanted that held?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just wanted staff comment on this. I just wanted to hear comment from staff on the report. That last vote was very disappointing.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess the staff is willing to accept the direction from Councillor DeRusso. Will be reporting back on the review of the warrants for the rural context, and depending on the outcome of the vote, we are willing to, if council decides to move ahead with it, we will move forward with that direction.
Okay, so just for clarity, is the four-way stop going in and then you're going to review it based on the vote? Or are you saying that you're going to review it first for safety purposes? Because in the report, you had identified 3 different safety concerns and more police presence necessary if this was to go ahead. And that was concerning when I read the report. I've talked to Councillor DeRuze about it as well, but I'm seeking clarity. Are you reviewing it and then coming back with a safety analysis of it? Or is the four-way going in and then you're going to review it?
I will ask Ms. Tanaka in order to speak directly to that question.
Thank you.
Ms. Tanaka may need to be promoted as a panelist, please.
Ms. Tanaka has now been promoted to panelist. She should be joining shortly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If approved by council, the always stop control will be implemented at the intersection of Parkway and Sale Barn, as per the direction from council. The staff comments within the report speak to some potential issues with stop compliance, which is not uncommon for unwarranted always stop control.
Okay, so the comments that you've included, are these standard comments that you include when there's not a warranted for, and I think it was actually scored 4 out of 5. So there was just one area it didn't, and I'm just seeking clarity because I just want to be sure on this, given the staff comments, because you said that people would be ignoring the stop sign on the less utilized roadway more often, that there could be more accidents as a result of the four-way stop, and that police presence would be needed here more often. Are those common features that you normally say with all four-way stops that are, let's say, barely unwarranted? Or is this a particular concern for this particular intersection that we should be more concerned with given those comments?
Correct, Mr. Mayor. These are common comments that are provided for all unwarranted always stop reports.
Okay, then I'm going to support Councillor DeRuse's motion. Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, is the item carried? Okay, motion to adopt reports. Councillor Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. That the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee Report 20 and Nominating Committee Report 2 and the reports from the City Clerk entitled 2022 to 2026 Midterm Governance Review and Summary of Oral and Written Public Submissions for items subject to the Planning Act explanation requirements at the City Council meeting of January 22nd, 2025 be received and adopted as amended.
Is that carried? Motions of which notice has previously been given. Item 16.1 is on the Canada Theatre. Is that carried? Item 16.2 is on the housing process, the motion that Councillor Leeper moved on my behalf. Is that carried?
Can I dissent on 10? Thank you.
Item 16.3 is the motion regarding future use of the Newcomer Reception Center. Is that carried? Pardon?
Can I speak to this matter?
Oh, okay. Yep, Councillor Brockington.
Mayor, just a very minor modification or amendment to the third therefore clause. I'll just read it. Be it further resolved that any future use of the prefabricated building structure once the needs of the Newcomer Reception Center are fulfilled, prioritize recreational uses. I'd like to propose that we add the words and/or community uses. And that is with the knowledge of the mover and his support as well as the general manager.
So recreational uses and/or community uses.
That's correct.
Okay. You're okay. That's a friendly amendment. Okay. So is that carried as amended? Okay. Motions requiring suspension of the rules of procedure. Councillor Menard has a motion related to the City of Ottawa's support for Enviro Center Trees for Schools project that is time sensitive. On suspension of the rules, is that carried? Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. I'll read it in, and thanks to staff for the discussion on this. Whereas the FCM has a funding opportunity called the Growing Canada's Community Canopies Initiative, and whereas the City of Ottawa is focused on building a green and resilient city by preserving and growing Ottawa's tree canopy, and whereas Enviro Center is interested in undertaking the Trees for Schools project in partnership with the City of Ottawa, local school boards, and the Royal Canadian Geographical Society. And whereas schools account for over 300 private land holdings in Ottawa, which provides a unique opportunity to plant trees and grow the urban forest. And whereas Enviro Center's proposed Trees for Schools project will complement city outreach and stewardship efforts by offering hands-on learning opportunities and curriculum-linked educational resources so that students learn about trees, plants, biodiversity, soil health, and the importance of our urban canopy. And whereas the project proposes to plant an estimated 3,000 trees, up to a total cost of $1.2 million, of which 600,000 will be supported by the Growing Canada's Community Canopies Grant. Whereas to be eligible for this funding, non-municipal applicants must provide a resolution drafted and adopted by municipal council partnering on the project. Therefore, be it resolved that Ottawa City Council acknowledges that Enviro Center is applying for a funding opportunity from the FCM, Growing Canada's Community Canopies Initiative for the Trees for School project in partnership with the City of Ottawa. Be it further resolved that Ottawa City Council recognizes that the lifetime contribution from that initiative will not exceed $10 million for the tree planting within our municipality, inclusive of a maximum contribution of $1 million for infrastructure activity costs and that if approved, and this project will be counted towards that limit. Mayor, we've worked with city tree staff on this. They've proposed this. It is time sensitive given the FCM application with Enviro Center, and hope it's easily supportable today. Thank you.
All right, is that carried? Thank you. Notices of motion. Councillor Gower has a motion regarding Councillor Lowe and CUDA. Councillor Gower?
Yeah. I'll skip to the therefore be it resolved that Council approve the continued participation of Councillor Wilson Lowe as a member of the Canadian Urban Transit Association's Transit Board Members Committee, and be it further resolved that Council approve the participation of Councillor Lowe as a member of CUTA's Board of Directors, subject to election at the CUTA Spring Summit and Annual General Meeting 2025. And be it further resolved that Council approve the attendance of Councillor Lowe at the CUTA Spring Summit and the Annual General Meeting taking place May 11th to 13th, 2025 in Vancouver, and at the Annual Conference and Transit Show taking place November 2 to 5 in Montreal. And be it further resolved that the Council administration budget will fund the cost for Councillor Lowe's participation in the CUTA Spring Summit and Annual General Meeting Conference, the Annual Conference and Transit Show, and any meetings and activities of the Board of Directors.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Motion to introduce bylaws, Councillor Brown?
I have a question on that.
Pardon?
I had a, it's just a notice. Okay,
Oh, you
sorry.
have what's that? Yeah, it's a notice of motion. Okay. Motion to introduce bylaws, Councillor Brown.
That the bylaws listed on the agenda under motion to introduce bylaws, 3 readings, be read and passed.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, bonjour à tous. My name is Kendra Titley and I will be your moderator. Je m'appelle Kendra Titley et je serai l'animatrice de ce point de presse. I will now invite each agency in reverse alphabetical order to ask their questions. You may ask one question with a follow-up. Par ordre alphabétique inverse, j'invite maintenant chaque organisme à poser une question et une question de suivi. We'll now start with, nous allons commencer par Anne-Charlotte Carignan, Radio-Canada.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Hello. D'abord, une question pour vous sur les élections provinciales.
First of all, I have a question about the provincial election that are launched today. What's going to be an impact for Ottawa for you? Answer. As you know, we are going through a financial crisis in the city of Ottawa. We need the support of the other level of government, the provincial and the federal. I hope that during the campaign, there will be a debate on that topic, mainly municipal finances within the province of Ontario. The actual system that we have in Ontario or in Canada is not the ideal system for municipalities. We always have to ask help to the provincial and federal government. We want to have a permanent finance system. For Ottawa, it's important that we have funding for transit. The federal government announced a few days, $180 million for transit in Canada, in Ottawa. This is for the light train. And the finance minister said that if the federal moves forward, the provincial will also support us. I hope we're going to hear some commitment on transit in the next few weeks. Question?
I'm looking forward to the election campaign. As you know, I've been saying for a long time that the system of government we have at the municipal level is not properly supported financially. We have a system of government in Canada where there are two levels of government that have sustainable resources through things like income taxes and sales taxes. And we have only one main source of revenue, which is property taxes. We have to increase property taxes every year to meet our financial objectives. And even then, it's a real struggle. And we have to continually go with our hat in hand to other levels of government and ask for their help. So I hope there's a productive debate about municipal finances and having sustainable funding for municipalities going forward. And for us specifically, we have a number of priority areas, including public transit, that are very important to us. We just heard an announcement from the federal government the other day about $180 million in public transit funds for Ottawa. I'm hoping the provincial government will make a similar commitment to Ottawa during the provincial election campaign.
Et comme deuxième question, j'aimerais vous parler du dôme qui va accueillir les nouveaux arrivants. Est-ce que vous avez eu des nouvelles du côté du
How about
gouvernement
the
fédéral?
welcoming center for refugees? Can you comment on the structure? Are you counting on the federal support? Answer? I don't think anything changed since the last council meeting. It's pretty much status quo. I don't know if Clara has more information than I do. So I don't think we have any new development on that topic, isn't it? Did we?
Non, je peux confirmer.
No, I can confirm. We haven't received any news. Question, are you moving forward with it in any case? Answer?
Parler de ça,
Maybe
mais
Clara can explain a little bit better.
la première dôme est en course maintenant.
I think that we can move forward with the first dome, but afterwards we don't know. Is that okay? Yeah. Yes, if I may. We already receive federal grants. We received it last year. We had a specific program for new arrivals. We were able to move forward on our project with this grant. And right now we are in discussion with the federal government. We want to have other funds to be able to move forward.
We'll now go to Arthur White-Crummy, CBC Radio.
CBC Radio?
Hi there. Hi. My first question will be for the mayor. We waited through several hours of very detailed, very processy items as part of the midterm governance review. I'm just hoping.
Was that fun to watch?
Parts of it were riveting, but
Okay.
I'm hoping you can explain to the public why they should find it interesting. What do you think that this will actually like? What should the public take from this? What will this actually do to improve governance in the city and to help council get results for people?
I'm not sure I can defend whether it's interesting or not to members of the public, but look, every couple of years we go through a process of making sure that council functions properly and that the right rules and guidelines are in place to govern our work and that we're set up to accomplish our objectives in the most effective way possible. So I think a lot of what you saw today was discussion around that and decisions around how we move forward as a council, what rules we're going to follow, how we'll be set up in terms of who will be on which committees, what those committees will be doing. What I would note from this process is I found it a lot less tense than the last time we did this, which was right after the last municipal election. I think at that time, there was a lot of holdover from the previous term of council when there was a lot of division and tension in the previous 4 years. And so there were discussions and debates both leading up to and during the council meeting where we dealt with governance in 2022 that were affected by all of the history. I think this time around you saw a lot more collaboration and a lot less contentious discussion. There were votes, there were close votes, but overall everybody moved forward with the decisions, and there was not the same atmosphere that there was the last time around. And I think that's a signal that this council's been functioning well together over the last couple of years.
And I have one quick follow-up on the sprung structures. I wanted to ask, I think we're now at the deadline for the advanced contract notification. Just wanted to know if we got any other bids or if we are moving forward with, I think, BLT.
Thanks for that question. I don't have the information in terms of what bids have come in, but we have actually extended the deadline another 3 days to give local vendors the opportunity to put their statements in.
Thank you. We'll now go to Elise Skura, CBC Ottawa.
Hi, Elise.
Hello. Yeah, I'm going to ask today about Ferry Road, and the first question I have is for staff. So I'm just wondering, now that the deferral has gone through, and I know it has, the date moved up a little, moved up a little bit. What are the chances that that would put the purchase deal at risk still?
It's difficult to speculate on whether it would put the deal at risk. Of course, when there is an offer on the table and time lapse, there's always the risk that there's another bid that will come along and displace ours.
And I guess I just wanted to follow up with the mayor, just because you had voted in favor of the deferral. Why did you think it was important to put off this decision, even if it means that this property, we might lose that opportunity?
it's always tough to cast the deciding vote when it's a 13-12 vote, and that happened a couple of times today, which is unusual. But in this case, as much as possible, when we're making a major purchase and we're spending money, I'd like to see us move forward with a little more consensus than there was around the table today. So the number one factor in my decision was just to give us a little bit more time to see if there was a better solution that more people could agree to, rather than it being something we moved ahead with on a very close vote. Oui. Alors, c'est toujours difficile quand il y a une vote.
It's always difficult when you have a vote of 13 against 12. My decision today is to allow us more time, maybe be able to explore other solutions, trying to get consensus very soon. So this will allow us to find better solutions. And I hope that council member will be able to support the next solution.
This concludes today's media availability. Ceci conclut le point de presse d'aujourd'hui.
Thanks, everybody.